Hello YouTube, welcome to PHP playlist. Now the reason why I have this silly list right over here is I want to state a couple of things. A lot of people will sell you the story on YouTube and internet that you need to know all these things before landing into PHP. You know what, I'm gonna be honest, I disagree. I will agree that you need an absolute minimum of HTML, and that's pretty much base of everything to land into PHP. But CSS and JavaScript, well, I don't think so. Here's why. Let's say that you have that you're a student or that you're a parent, you have a steady job, and then when you're home you have a couple of hours, maybe idle time, and then you decided to learn programming. Now if you need the 15 days to grasp basics of HTML and you're like a kinda tired of the job, and then 15 days to grasp basics of CSS, and then 1 month to grasp basics of JavaScript, and not to mention even MySQL, and for that you probably need 1 month, probably you're going to say somewhere around CSS, to hell with this, I'm going to bed, I need to work tomorrow, or I'm going to play Battlefield 5 or watch a little bit of TV. So I definitely don't want you, to drop this programming thing, because it's after a couple of months it's easy, it's routine. So I just want to state that you don't need, if you want to go to web development route, you don't need to learn all of these to grasp basics of programming into PHP or any other basically programming language. These things are just for well, at least CSS and JavaScript. This is just front-end stuff. With the CSS you will beautify your existing HTML code, you will make it more pleasant for end users, and with JavaScript or JavaScript, whatever, you will just create your websites more interactive. Now we can disregard this for now, okay? So MySQL is different based. It's basically database, and some people say, well, no, it's not database, it's system to manage databases. Yeah, whatever, you will have some kind of tables, and you will pull data from those tables, and you will present that to end user. Now if you have a little bit of time spare, I will definitely advise to transfer that time from CSS and JavaScript to learning how to replicate MySQL logic, business logic, business reality into MySQL database, because that's important. Now programming languages, they are not so important, they will change, but databases and data, that thing is important. No amount of nice CSS and JavaScript and no amount of fast and nice programming languages will be substitution for nicely done business logic, I mean backend basically. So if you have, as I said, couple of days off, do invest it into MySQL, okay? But you don't need to do that if you don't have time. So then some people will say, well, if I know HTML, a little bit of it, well, how exactly is that? How many of HTML? Well, you need to know first couple of tags, like break and tables, and how to do headings, and how to do italic and bold font, and how to change font, and basically do a couple of backgrounds for tables and something like that. It's not big deal, you can even skip HTML, but then PHP will look pretty much dry. You can do you can learn for loops and while loops and if statements and all those mathematical kind of things, but results on the end of screen will be like this, it will be like letters and couple of numbers, and that will it will bore you to death, okay? So little bit of HTML is pretty much enough. Anyway, enough babbling in the theory. So yeah, let's just go through a couple of these pages really quickly. Right, so PHP right now, the name is hypertext preprocessor. What that basically means in practice, that on a server everything will be done. And yeah, so it's not like JavaScript when you have things running into your end user browsers. So basically the difference here is that all important jobs or security jobs or pulling things from database, that's done already on the side of server. So PHP will run on a server. JavaScript and related stuff, that will run into your browser. Right, so this is like a preprocessor. thing, whatever. Now, originally in 1995, PHP was standing for personal home pages, and of course that was changed a little bit later. Now, it is true that PHP is a general purpose programming language, and you can do administration scripting, you can do things that you can do in Perl or PHP, you can do pretty much messing around with regular expressions, with tools. You can emulate tools like Seed and Awk. If you don't know these tools, it's fine. Basically, with PHP, you can do even desktop applications. But you know, guys, let's be honest, PHP stands for web development, okay? Now, no matter how many desktop applications you can do in PHP, when you say PHP, that means you're gonna create websites, okay? And those websites will be very nicely done. I really love PHP. Some people will bash that it's unstructured code. Well, who the hell cares? If you create, you know, some amount of money, if you can pay your bills, if you can run your startup, how beautiful your PHP code will be, it's totally up to you. Over time you will get better, you know, so don't listen to people who will say, oh, PHP is, you know, it's not nice. Well, whatever, you know, when you're starting running into your first scripts, of course, the things will be pretty much ugly. That's the learning process. Same thing with mathematics, you know. First you need to do division and multiplication and messing around with zeros. When you figure it out how to do that, then all other integrals and square roots and whatever, it will be easier. Right, where I was. Oh yeah, so the dude who wrote this in 1995 was Rasmus Lerdorf, and this is the dude. So the interesting thing here is that he pretty much went from Europe, from Denmark to Canada, and as I said, you know, interesting thing about USA and Canada is those countries do have, you know, laid on the paper their strategy in like half a century in front, and now European countries are like, oh my god, Canada and USA, they are all grabbing the best scientists, mathematicians and so on. Well, yeah, right, you know, maybe you guys need to pay attention that the best people are leaving, and there probably is a reason for that. Anyway, where I was, yeah, I don't know. So always download official documentation, well, from official website. You have nice documentation here, but honestly I think that if you're a beginner with a short time span and a short time on your hands, you will be pretty much good by watching YouTube tutorials, couple of them, you know, couple of playlists, and then when you grasp the basics, when you you know, told yourself that you can do that, then you can go to documentation and invest a little bit of more time in documentation, because things with documentations and papers, they are time demanding, okay? I'm not going to kidding you, whatever the term is in English. Sorry, I'm not native English speaker. So yeah, YouTube is great for grasping things really quickly. Basic things. Well, of course, you need the books a little bit later and dedication, but you know, you're gonna do that anyway. You're going to be serious, I suppose. Right, so where I was, yeah, editors. Look, you can write your PHP and JavaScript and HTML and CSS and even MySQL statement if you like in a pure notepad. It's totally up to you. The thing will work anyway. So don't bother yourself too much with choosing editors, because your job while you're learning programming is not to learn the options in editors. Your job is to dedicate your time to learning actual programming, okay? So forget about investing time into editors. But all these editors I have right here, I can guarantee that they are excellent, because I was using it, I still use it, and a lot of people use it, and they're really cool. For example, let's go briefly through Edit Plus. This stuff is great. Okay, yes, it's true that it's free for 30 days and then you need to pay for it, but you know, just try it for 30 days and then if you're happy, support out of it. Really, really excellent stuff. Okay, Notepad++, totally free stuff. I really love this editor. When I was starting, I was using it all the time, and sometimes I use it right now. It is really simple, it's straightforward, it will not mess you around. You will get things done into this editor, and that is really important when you're starting, to not fool you around with editor options. So you just forget about it and do the stuff in that. Okay, Ultra Editor. Now, 15 years ago or even more, when I was messing around with reverse engineering and stuff, when I was, you know, really eager kid reading all those Fravia tutorials on reverse engineering and cracking and so on, I was using this Ultra Editing when it was in like a couple of first versions, and even then it was absolutely great. So this thing is a beast. Okay, now you can do all kind of stuff in here. Okay, I think that right now they have a FTP like client included and so on. Yeah, FTP, SSH, Telnet and so on. Absolute beast, man. So I think that you need to right now to pay it. But you know, try it, if you like it, you can support authors. And that's really, you know, important when you're supporting other people who are getting the job done for you, basically. Atom, I use it all the time right now, pretty much when I'm recording for YouTube, or even, you know, when I'm off the internet and YouTube. But I'm gonna be honest, except a couple of days using Sublime Text 3, most of the time when I'm not creating things for YouTube, I'm into File Manager. And some people will say, well, my God, well, it's File Manager, Archive Manager. How you can write, you know, code in there? Well, check this out. This is a File Manager. And you have all kind of options. Like, check this out. Okay, a menu. Now, see this down there, the menu? When I press Control, another options. When I press Alt, another options. Tons of options, and I can really quickly switch between views and edits. So check this script. Okay, when I press F3, I'm into view mode, so I can learn things. I cannot, you know, mess with the source code. I cannot broke things. But when I press F4, I'm into edit mode, and now I can type in whatever. So I really like this editor, and I personally use it a lot when I'm not on YouTube and recording stuff and so on. So these my recommendations. You know, Sublime Text 3 is also excellent, but honestly you can't use them all. So grab one and be very happy with it. So if you're confused, grab Notepad++ and you will be fine. And if you're a little bit more experienced, probably you will be good with Atom. So yeah, look, I'm gonna shut up. 12 minutes is a really long time for introduction. In the next tutorial, we will do installation of server, and we will start running, well, our first pages. So we will turn our local host into server. You don't need to pay for hosting right now. You're gonna do that after. So we will just experiment with localhost, and that will be pretty much enough. You don't need to pay anything. Just chill and relax a bit, take pauses, and yeah. I'm gonna shut up. Sorry for 30 minutes of tutorial, and see you next one. Hello YouTube, as I promised, let's turn our localhost into server, because we need to do that if we wanna see our PHP scripts running as they need to run. So there are three options, and we will choose only one, the best one for beginners. The first option is hard. Okay, so you need the web server, and that's not enough. Then you need to MySQL if you want to connect to databases, and then you need to install PHP individually. So you need to go to basically 3 websites and in specific order to grab all those applications and set up them. And there is a great chance that you will run screaming the first thing when you start doing this. So this is for more advanced users, so we will just skip this option. Okay, you can do that, and you will do that. Actually, I will create dedicated tutorials for this, but that is not for beginners. Okay, you don't want to waste your time on server installation. You want to do PHP. Okay, so let's delete this option. Now another well, relatively stupid option is to just pull your credit card and buy hosting, and then start uploading to FTP server, to web server through FTP server, your PHP scripts. But honestly, I don't think that a lot of beginners know how to do this. So you will probably, you know, mess something up, and you'll have problems with your internet connection. Maybe it's slow, maybe it's wireless that breaks every couple of minutes. You need to set up directories and so on and so on. So I don't think that this is a good option for beginners. Okay, you can do that if you are, you know, stubborn and you want to pull your credit card, but I don't advise that yet. Okay, so the best option is to grab all-in-one solutions. That means that all these applications here, 3 of them, have in them at minimum Apache plus MySQL plus PHP and many other things that are very necessary for creation of our websites. Okay, these things here are absolutely gorgeous, they are beautiful, they are very time savers, and they will lift from your backs that burden of messing around with Apache and MySQL PHP individually. Okay, so let me pull my browser, just a second. Right, now easy dev server. We're gonna use that. I'm gonna use that. You know, it's totally up to you, but for me, I just get used to it. You know, it didn't create me problems, so I just stick to it. Okay, so the official website is Easy PHP, and they have two options here. Dev server if you're a programmer, and if you want to serve your website that's already done, that's a web server. Okay, so you need to go right here if you're using Windows. Click here, and then you're on this page, and you can click here to get your Easy PHP setup. And if you don't, then automatically that thing will start downloading. Okay, but I already have that on my desktop, so we are good. Okay, but if you want to use something else, you can go to XAMPP. And same thing as Easy Dev, a lot of options, a lot of help, a combination of Apache and MariaDB database, basically similar stuff to MySQL. Let's use that term for beginners. And you have not just PHP, you have Perl. Some people, you know, they get used to this, but, you know, I will just go with Easy PHP. So that's second option. Right. Now, third option, it's also very popular on internet all over the place, is WAMP server. Now, the same thing as both of those versions, but, you know, in its own way. It will get the job done for you, basically. So at the end of the day, it's not important what option you choose here. It will work. It will get the jobs up. So don't push yourself. And you know what? Over time, you're gonna probably experiment with 3 of them anyway. Right, so you can just go to download section, and down there you have WAMP server for 64-bit and 32-bit machines. So don't worry too much about this, okay? You'll be pretty much fine with any you choose. But I will go with Easy PHP, okay? So yeah, let's clear airspace here. Okay, so leave this as it is. I mean, I will leave it. And let's start with installation. We don't need this at the moment. Okay, let's get out. Okay, let's just reposition this icon a little bit. I mean, setup file. So here's the thing. Do not run this file as a normal user. You must run it as admin if you want to get into control panel of this application. Okay, so right click and run as admin. Okay, and click on yes when Windows asks you. So let's choose languages, English. And let's choose location. So it's up to you what you're gonna do, but I will just leave it as it's here. Okay, so next, create a desktop icon, that's fine. Install, and I will probably cut this video a little bit, pause it, because I don't want to waste your time. So see you in a second. Okay, so we are done. Now next thing, do not press finish here. Okay, I don't want you to launch your server immediately, because you need to do that as admin. Okay, so let's just deselect this and click on finish. Okay, and now let's go and run this icon as an admin. Okay, because if you don't do that, probably you will run into some kind of issues with privileges and so on. So run as admin, click on yes when Windows asks you, and that's pretty much it. Now please note that in your lower right corner you have a new icon. I'm just gonna grab this with MS Paint. So when you click on that icon, I don't know, left click, right click, whatever, you have these options. So when you click on open dashboard, you will get into control panel of your server, and when you click on server, you have a couple of options to start or stop all your servers, just HTTP server, or just MySQL database. Okay, that's something you need to know. Okay, so let's get out of this beautiful art. Okay, don't save, and let's get into our browser. Right, so the moment when you type localhost here, which means you're trying to access your system, what you're gonna get is this site cannot be reached. Now when you activate your web server, first you need to get into dashboard. So either you can do this, do that into typing on icon, right click and then on open dashboard, or you can just click here localhost and type 1111. That means that you are accessing control panel of your server. So let me Wait for that. Okay, and we are in. So there are two ways. Either you can directly click it here or just go down there into your lower right corner and grab Open Dashboard option. Okay, so the things we have here, the most important ones are option to run or stop HTTP server and database server, MySQL. And down there, what is interesting that you have modules that are not activated at the moment and they are dedicated for database. But don't worry about that. You're gonna learn that in one of the next playlists. I have a MySQL playlist right now on my channel. Anyway, look, don't torture yourself with modules and databases and so on. We are just learning PHP here. So now click on HTTP server and you will start serving, well, your web page. So let's do that. Start. And let's see what's up. In a split of a second. Yep. So when this is red, that means that server is running. So if you want to kill it, just press here on stop and that's it. Anyway, let's go to our server, but we will not use 4 of ones here. We don't want to access our dashboard. We have that right here. What we want to do is to get to our basically website. So when you type localhost and you are in. So of course you will not see any kind of pages. We didn't create anything. We have just default production PHP page. The simple stuff, when you click on it you will get PHP information. I mean information about system basically. Right, so these are the characteristics of my system, and you have a lot of stuff here. You really don't need to know this, and we will not even try to remember these. They are not totally necessary, okay? But now what we want to do is we will get into a place where we have this PHP info file. We're gonna delete it, and we will create index of our future website, and 2 of them. Index.html, just to practice for a second, and then index.php, because there is a difference. Okay, so let me do that. Let me pull Explorer up here. Okay, so I'm in program files, right? And here is dev server. Let's get in. Now the thing we need here, the place where we will put all our pages, is this one, eds www. This is like a root of your real website. All these things here are basically helpers, things that will help you to get the job done. But this is the place where we have those pages. So the moment when we delete this PHP info file, okay, let's do that. Now when we run this, we will get into error because there is no that file. And if we remove this file from our path, we will get into just, you know, basic listing. There is nothing here. So let's create here one simple index.html page. So let's do that. I'm gonna open Atom, and it's totally up to you what kind of editor you will use. So let me see. Okay, so file, and I will go to add project folder, and where I was, C, and program files. Okay, don't forget, don't pay attention to this one. I was practicing and doing something, so this is not that installation. Our installation is in program files, and easy PHP and easy, eds www, select folder, and that's pretty much it. Okay, we have it right here. So of course, I mean, we don't have anything right here, okay, see? So this is the reason we don't have any kind of listing here. And this thing here is just some Python thing I was doing, so let's just basically delete it. Remove project folder, sorry about that. Welcome guide, we don't need that. Right, so let's create a new index file here, index.html. And if this is your first time running PHP, every time when you see index.html or index.php, that means that that file will be instantly activated when user hits your website. So that's like default home page. Okay, now let's press enter, and the moment when you type here, I mean when you save your file as .html, then syntax highlighting dedicated for HTML will be activated. So let's just test something with h1 heading, like test heading. Okay, and let's see will our server will correctly send that to us. So where I was, let me see. Right, and now when I press refresh, I need to get that page. Okay, test heading, so that works. But that was for index.html. So let's turn that into PHP. Right, so let's actually save this as a file. Where is it? Save as index.php, and let's save it. And now the things are a little bit different. So let's delete this one. Okay, index.html, delete, move to trash, and now we are only left with this. So let's check our corrections, basically our changes, like test PHP page, because we want to see will this work when you type .php. So let's save that, and the result will be, sorry about that, result will be that we have it. Okay, so we are sure that both of these extension works, but from now on we'll be focused on PHP. So I think that's pretty much enough for one video. Thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial where we will go further in PHP. Hello YouTube, welcome to continuation of PHP story. So some people will say, well, what's the point here? I mean, this is pure HTML, where is the PHP here? And you know what? They are right. So here's the thing, let's delete it and let's see how to start PHP script. So remember, when you're learning HTML, you will type HTML, and then inside you will have head section and body section, and then you need to close it with /HTML. Well, the same thing with PHP. And here is the thing. You need to use left arrow and then question mark, don't forget that, and then PHP. Now space and then question mark and the right arrow. Now everything inside will be useful PHP content, okay? So the same analogy when you're opening HTML page, but we need to open it with left arrow, question mark, PHP, and we need to close it with this way. Okay, so here's the thing. How I know that this page actually works, that PHP is like 100% correct? Well, remember last page, php info.php that we deleted? So that was done by developers of EasyDev. So let's do that on our own using PHP info function. So you need to type PHP info, and every time when you're using something that is written by other people, that is a function, and function is like dedicated worker with specific job in mind. Okay, like you have a company and some people will do accounting stuff, some people will ship products, some people will, you know, transport stuff. So the functions are like workers inside of your code. They will do specific job done. And here's the interesting thing. Every time when you're using functions, either in PHP or in other programming languages, you need to use brackets. Why? Because brackets are a place where you will put things that function need to do. So there are two types of function. The simplest one, where you don't need to say anything in here, so the function will get specific job done, but there are functions that where you need to type a couple of things here, delimited with commas, and then those functions will do something, some operations on the things that you are passing to function. So the term is like arguments and parameters, or you can even use elements as a term here. Now this function doesn't need anything to be passed to it. Okay, so empty brackets are pretty much enough. Yet another thing, when you use functions or longer statements of PHP code, you need to close it. How? By using a semicolon at the end. Okay, so let's save this and let's run our page to see what's up. And there you go, we have our result. But what's the point? Well, the point is that we are using our own index.php page and not from last tutorial when we are using index.phpinfo.php. Okay, so it is our own script. Which one? This one. Okay, which is the home page of our website. So here's the thing. What is the difference with HTML and PHP source code or rendered page? Well, the difference is when you have HTML page, when you go to right click and then to view page source, you will see everything, every piece of HTML. But with the PHP is different. You will see only results. Why is that important? And how is that? Well, because remember, the PHP is done on a server. So what you see here is just a result of operation on server. Now imagine that you can get actually into PHP script like you can get into HTML using right click and view page source. Imagine that security mess when you can see passwords, security credentials, information about how to log into accounts and databases. So that will never happen because PHP is already done on a server. So you must think about that. So please do not save your credentials and serious PHP scripts as HTML files. Pay attention what you're doing. That is very, very important. So where I was, let me see. Yeah, so how I know that I can use this PHP info function that I will get that result? Because of documentation, you know. So for every function you will get official documentation on PHP website. See? So first you will have in one liner you will have an explanation what that function does, outputs information about PHP configuration, and then down there you will have examples and more about that specific function. In our case, that's just PHP info, very simple stuff. So don't worry, you don't need to know this on top of your mind, because you have those things in documentation. And honestly, I don't know any programmer who absolutely know every function in some programming languages. You know, it's insanity. There is no way that you will gonna remember everything. Right, so where I was? Yeah, comments. So how to print something on a screen and how to put it out of service, but still you will have it on your page. So let me explain. Let's say that you want to print some string. So you will say echo, and inside of quotes, single quotes, double quotes, you will type that string. So MS with the best, die like the rest. And that was from Hacker movie from 1995, I think. Now, this is a command, okay? This is not a function. This is a specialized command, and job of that command is just to grab things inside of quotes and fire it up to the screen, okay? So you need to close it with semicolons, okay? So let's save and let's refresh our page, and then we'll get our result. But the font is small, it's kind of ugly, so let's actually turn this into H1. H1 here and H1 down there. But remember, put HTML codes and your own strings inside the quotes. Do not put it outside. And what are the strings basically? Well, bunch of codes, bunch of characters, special characters and numbers, but they must be inside of quotes to be correctly represented on screen. So that is a very simple thing to understand. Now let's see the result first. Okay, it works. So as I said, you will see result, but you will not see actual code. The code is hidden, the PHP code is hidden. So comments, what are they? Well, let's say you have 3 of these lines, one in the middle and one in the end. So let's actually change that to something meaningful, like a second line and third line. Let me just type that, sorry. Yeah, third line. Now all of these lines will be printed. Okay, and refresh. And there you go. So here's the question. If you want to pull out of service some part of your PHP code, for some reason, it's totally not important. How to do that? Well, you're going to do that using comments. And comments means how to create it? Just use // here and see instant color change. And right now this line will be not operational. So let me prove that. Let's go to our page and let's refresh. And there you go. We have just third line and the first line. And can we do that on this line? Well, sure. You're not limited with number of comments. And now we will have only one line activated. See? So these are like one-liners. But is there a way to use multiple comments? Can we just, type here // and then down there // and everything here will be not operational? Well, no. You must use multi-line comments for that. So how to create them? Well, you will say / and then star, okay? And then down there you need to close it. So star and then /, okay, like reverse operation. And now let's refresh our code. And there you go, only one line will be activated, okay? Now, some people will say that you need to put number of comments to minimum, and I agree, okay? Do create your pages like totally the simplest as they can be, and use the smallest amount of comments. And when you're describing your piece of code, be direct and be minimalistic, okay? So yes, originally the comments are like for description of web page, like this is stupid simple page, but you can use it to eliminate part of the source code. So can you use it again if you remove your comments? Well, yeah, and now the thing will totally work. Okay, there you go. Anyway, look, this is enough for one tutorial. But from now on, I will split screen here because I don't want to go between an editor and the browser 100 times in one tutorial. So because I'm using Atom, I have this option to remove this sidebar to the left side. Okay, so let's do that. And from now on, we will just use this kind of split screen. So if I press Ctrl and minus, I will lower down the font size. So maybe that's too low. So let me just correct that. Ctrl plus. Yeah, so that's cool. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for support and subscription. I'm gonna render and shut up and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's talk about variables. Understanding this concept is absolutely important for grasping all other programming languages and not just PHP. Because trust me, you will learn a couple of more programming languages, and even funnier thing is you will forget a lot of them. So what are variables? Well, here's the story. When you are putting things inside of memory of your PC, you don't know where those things resides as normal user, but you are programmer, okay? And now you need to know that place concretely, okay? Exact location. So how to refer to those regions of memory when you have results, okay? How to extract things from memory boxes? Well, you need to have some kind of handle, like or third hand to grab those things. I mean, it's weird comparison, but yeah. So variables are like names for regions of memory where you have data, okay? So let me explain on a classical example. Let's say you wanna use some name here, like John, okay? So this is obviously string, okay? Couple of single characters. But now you need to have a way to grab this John and to use it somewhere down the line. Okay, so here you will use variables. And how to create one? Well, you will use $symbol, and then after that name, something meaningful that will describe this thing. Okay, so I will just say name and then equality and then John. So basically that means this is some region of memory, and by stating this, we are referring to this place in the memory using variable, okay? Now, when you've done that, you need to close like command with a semicolon. Here's the thing. You can use whatever amount of variables you wanna use to refer to same string, to same data in memory, like this, okay, like a backup name. And you can, you know, go to same thing, to same John, okay. Now there is a lot of underlining things here, but still you get the point. You can use whatever number of variables you like, but normally you wanna just use one, okay. So this is for John, for name. So let's state here last name. So start with the symbol of $, last name, and let's use underscore here because of simplicity and the things be more clear. And let's say that the last name will be Smith or something, who cares. Okay, now what? Address. So street name. So street equals, and let's say main street, okay, don't forget the close command. And let's say house number. So house number, and now you will not use string like 54 is a number of the house. You will just state number here, normal number 54. Of course you can do this, you can enclose number inside of string, but then you will get totally different result, okay. The data types are different, right? So you're probably wondering what's the purpose in this? Well, think about this as some kind of database, okay? And you're pulling things from MySQL table and so on and so on. So why? Because you wanna use it into continuation of script, for example, to create some kind of report for your users. I don't know, accounting, financial reports, police type of reports, something like that. So how we are going to do that? Well, let's introduce concatenation. First we need to create some kind of report. So echo, let's say, and now we will use custom string like name. So this is totally up to us to choose, but because we have already defined variable, now we must use it exactly like it's here down there. So name, and let's connect that with the name. Now this is our custom string and this is actual variable, okay, don't forget that. So let's end this command and let's run our script, I mean refresh our page, and there you go, the thing works. So here's the question, how to connect this part of report to another part of report dedicated for last name? Well, we are going to use dot here, okay, and dot basically means hook this thing to this thing on one line. Okay, so last name, and that's pretty much enough, and let's hook that to last name from above. Okay, save and refresh, and the thing will work, but you will probably notice that we don't have space here. So there are a couple of solutions. First, you can have space right here, and that will work. Okay, let's show that. But you can also have space right here, and that will also work. See, so no changes, that means the thing works. But you can also have empty string. Well, let's concatenate, well, left side to empty string and then empty string to right side. So how? Dot and then quotes, empty quotes, and then again concatenation to right part. Okay, and the thing will be absolutely same. So what will happen if you remove this space right here? Well, see, it's back to normal. That is basically not normal. I mean, it is normal, it is correct, but it's kind of ugly. So let's save and refresh, and that thing work. Right, so let's grab other things, but we will do that on the next line. Okay, so echo, what we are grabbing, street, and street variable, and let's connect that to empty string, and let's connect that to house number, which will be variable house number. Okay, and don't forget semicolon. Okay, save and refresh. Oops, refresh, and now we have this mess here. Everything is connected on one line. So we can choose this in a classical HTML way by enclosing this first string inside of H2, H1, whatever kind of heading. But there is another option here. We can just use break. Okay, classical HTML break. So let's actually do that. So echo, and inside we'll just say break, and now the thing will work. See, there you go. Now some people will say, well, that's a lot of typing. Can I use this break, for example, here? Well, sure, you can do that. It's totally up to you. So let's do that actually. BR, and now the result will be totally same. There you go. But honestly, I don't like messing around pure HTML with PHP. So let's just put it on a dedicated line, you know. It's easier to spot if nothing else. BR, and let's close command, and yeah, so that will pretty much work. So you'll probably say, well, that's kind of obvious, you know. Maybe you are even confused with these this thing in the middle. So let's delete it, you know. Let's just be content with this simplicity here, and we will use space here and space here. So let me fix that, and this will also work. Okay, I don't want to confuse you too much. So yeah, the reason why this is easy in, for example, PHP and JavaScript and Python is, well, you don't need to tinker too much about data types. And in older programming languages like C and C++ and so on, you need to say, when you're defining variable, what kind of variable is that? Is it, you know, one character? Is it multiple characters? When you are talking about integers, I mean numbers, is that integer positive one? Is that negative integer? When you're thinking about decimals, is it positive? And if it's positive, how many of decimals, and so on? I mean, you really need to be precise. And a lot of people will say that C++ language is powerful and so on. And you know what? That's true. But man, you will spend a lot of time thinking about data types. And if you are working on something really important, and if you mess your data types, then whole other work will totally sink into water. You know, if you create just one error at the start of the script, then man, you can destroy company with that, especially when you are messing around with financial applications. But yeah, you will probably work with a team of people, but you know, still, it is, trust me, it is way too easier today to be programmer. Okay, you can just type your variable and your PHP or Python will instantly recognize what you're trying to achieve here. Okay, so anyway, I'm just gonna shut up, and this is pretty much enough for one tutorial. And yeah, so I'm gonna render, and as always, thank you for watching, support, see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's talk about alternatives while printing our report. So let me simplify this a bit, because I want you to understand everything, and that's possible through simplicity. Right, how to export and how to use pure HTML inside of your major string. Well, normally you can do this, and you probably know this up till now, and the thing will absolutely work, no question asked. Okay, so that's cool. Now another thing will be to export this outside of your major string using concatenation. So again, we will have empty quotes and then H1 in it, and then don't forget to concatenate that to the rest of the stuff. Okay, so closing H1, and result will be pretty much the same here. So is there a third way? Well, sure, you know, there are so many ways. It's important what you are doing. It is important that you are pleased with your own source code. That is important when you are learning programming. Accuracy is not that much important. Purity of code is not that important. You being pleased, that's important, because it will give you motivation to continue with this stuff that over time can be and it will be painful. So anyway, where I was. Yeah, so you can extract all of these lines on individual lines for echo to print them. So yeah, echo, H1 and echo. So let's go back and let's cut things here with a semicolon, and let's go down there, and then we'll print closing h1 on individual line, and still the result here will be absolutely same. So it's totally up to you what you're going to do, and I can see you in the future doing all kind of mess with your own CMS and your own templates, but that's okay. That's the only way to learn. Don't worry about that if you mess something up. Those are stages in development of developer. Okay, so be cool with whatever you are doing. Okay, so that's sorry, that's one thing of the story. The next story is, can we replace this echo with something else? Yes, and that is print command. Okay, print, and the thing will be pretty much same in results. So what's the difference? Well, first of all, echo is faster a little bit, and it will not return, how to explain this, it will not return like a back message to system that everything is fine, and print will return message to system that something is right or wrong, so you can use it into some kind of checks. But don't worry too much about this. It is for advanced usage, and honestly you will probably always use echo like the rest of us. So yeah, you can use print, but a lot of us will just use and be happy with echo. So let's run this, and the result will be the same. So that's cool. Now, if you are coming from Python background, you will be totally mesmerized with how PHP is messy. Because in Python you will not use, semicolon at the end, and having this kind of space here is outrageous, because Python programmers, they will immediately type this, okay, brackets, and they will enclose everything inside of brackets, because that's the discipline coming from Python environment. Okay, so now this thing will also work. Okay, but if for some reason, let's say you are tired or something, or drunk, you forget one parenthesis, you will run yourself into problem. I mean, your code. But thankfully to web server, you will get information back that error is on line 8. So where is 8? Here we are. So let's just revert that to normal operation. So you can do that down there, but you get the point. It will work with the semicolon, with a space, and it will work with parentheses, but use both of them. Now, will this thing down there work if you concatenate this thing like this and like this? So let's see what's gonna be. Well, it will work, but it is really, really ugly. So just, if you're using print and echo, use space here, and your code will look like something, well, relatively nice. Now, the same thing with echo. Sure, you can use parentheses or brackets, whatever you want to call it, no problem. And let's actually do that for all lines here. Okay, but we need to pay attention how many of them we are using and where. Okay, and this thing will absolutely work, so no questions asked. There you go. And the same thing as with the print. If you forget one parenthesis, you'll get yourself into trouble. So that's pretty much it for this tutorial. My advice here is use whatever you feel that is pleasing for your eyes. And because this is PHP and not Python, you don't need to use these, parentheses. You'll be pretty much fine without them. And stick with echo. Don't use print for now until you become a little bit more of proficient and so on. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up, and that's pretty much enough for one tutorial. I will try to not create longer tutorials, but honestly, I like to explain things how they are and how they work. So maybe I will, run into 10 minutes tutorials and so on. So anyway, sorry. Thank you for watching, for being with me, and I'm gonna render. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's learn how to grab things from HTML form and process it with our PHP, and then of course print it on screen. Right, so file, new file, let's immediately save it as form.html. So we are just creating form for now, and the form, Now Atom is offering me some kind of things, but I don't want some things, so action. Action, this is the place where you will define which script will get the job done from form. So let's just say grab things. You know, that this is name of our script that we are going to write. Okay, so don't forget, every time when you are putting something into action kinda string here, that will be name of your processing PHP script, right? The method will be post. We have basically two methods, get and post, so we will leave it as it is. Now down there we need to label. Why? Because end user need to know what to type basically. I mean, if you have just field to type something, how end user will know what to type? So label will be name. We are grabbing name for start, and after that we need input field. Type will be text. Name for field will be, well, let's use the same thing, name. Now don't confuse, you know, this name with that name. This is generic, okay, like how to explain this? Well, whatever you type here, you must use absolutely that inside of your PHP form to make a connection between HTML and PHP, okay? So this is like a point of connection, like a wire. Think about it as imaginary wire. Right, value, we don't need that at the moment. And after that, we will just need input field, what I'm typing here. Input, type will be submit, because we need a button for submit. We don't need a name for that, and submit, some bit, yeah, right. Let's save our script and let's go to it. Form.html, and there you go. So this is our stupid form, but you know, it works. So if we type something here, it's not important what we are typing. When we click submit, we will get into kind of error because we don't have this PHP script to process our HTML form. But form as a form works correctly, so no issues about that. Okay, so no problem. Right, let's create our PHP script file, new file. Let's immediately save it as, what was the name? Grab things. PHP, I think. Let me check. Grab things, PHP, save, and yeah, grab things. Okay. So let's open our PHP file. PHP. Let's push it down there. Okay. So we have a space to work now. So first thing first, how to grab things from this field, from here. Okay. Well, we must use variable to do that. So name of variable will be totally up to you. Let's just say get name. Get name equals, and now we need to type dollar symbol and then underscore and then post and then angle brackets, and inside of our kind of string, I mean double quotes, we need to state exactly the name of this field. Remember? So that was name in this case. Okay, just name. You can use whatever you like, but it must be same between HTML form and PHP script when you are grabbing it and processing it. Okay, so yeah, name, and then don't forget to close it. Save. Let's save our script and refresh. And let's type something and submit, and we don't have error right now, but we don't have any kind of result. Why? Because we do have this into PHP inside of memory, but we are not using it basically. So let's use it with a simple echo get name. Okay, and let's close our command. Okay, let's go to our form again, refresh things. Let's say, I don't know, like John, who cares? Oops, John, and submit, and there you go, you have your result. So you can, I don't know, maybe beautify this script a little bit, like you can say echo and then data from HTML form, and we can put that into, I don't know, H2 or something. Okay, why not? We can play around. This is our editor, our script. And after that we can have, let me see, HR, horizontal line. And then maybe our report will look more nicer. So let me go back to form again, refresh, something, whatever, submit, and there you go, the thing works. Now why I do have a, oh yeah, I didn't do, yeah, right. Refresh, confirms form submission, and now the thing works. So this is kind of boring, so let's grab a couple of other things like, let me see. This is dedicated for name, and then down there we have submit button. That's cool. So let's use this as a structure for last name. Last name, and down there we need to change it to last name. And what else we can grab? For example, how person is old, years or something. Type text, name, years. So that's cool. Let me check my form here. Oops. Yeah, I need a couple of breaks here. Like break and maybe even down there. So this is kind of, silly, but it will still work, and beginners will understand things from it. A couple of more breaks. Okay. Refresh, and there you go. So yeah, let's grab those things. What we have last name, so last name will be variable, or even get last name. Why not? Because we need to be a little bit, we need to be consistent. So $symbol and underscore post, and we are grabbing from last name from form. Last name, don't forget to close your command. And what else we have? What I was, years, okay. Years, get years equals symbol underscore post, and inside of angle quotes we need to say years. That's our field from HTML. And that's pretty much it. So let's use it down there into some kind of report, like name and echo last name. So we are creating some kind of custom report or something. Last name, and then we are grabbing things from variable, get last name, and also we are grabbing years, uppercase years. Variable will be get years, and that's pretty much it. So this will probably be concatenated on one line. So let's introduce here like a break, let's say inside. It's ugly, but it will work, who cares. Break, and then down there too. Okay, let's save and refresh our script. Okay, so name will be John, last name Smith, and years, how the person is old, I don't know, 40 or something, who cares. Submit, and there you go, the thing works. Okay, so you can beautify this report kinda with H2 or even bold, italic and so on, but you get the point. You don't need to care about beauty for now, just care about will this stuff work or not. So just recapitulation, you need to state names of script here exactly like you are going to create it and populate it with variables. So when you're using post method, you must type post here, okay, with $symbol and underscore, and whatever name here for your field you are using, you must use it exactly inside of definition of your variables when you're grabbing those elements. And what you're gonna do after that with your variables, it's totally up to you. So yeah, definitely practice this for a couple of minutes. Delete everything, okay, delete everything, destroy everything, and try to create this from on your own, okay, because And don't look into what I was doing, just try to force yourself to memorize these things. If you cannot do that, that's also cool. Over time you will get there. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up, and as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, objective in this tutorial will be to learn how to grab these special symbols, HTML tags, PHP source code, C++ source code and so on, and correctly represent it right here in your web page. Why? Because let's say you are creating some website which will be collection of source code snippets. It's like your startup and you will put advertising around it and start making money and so on. So you need to weigh how to extract those arrows and put it here, because normally that will not work. Okay, if you do something like this, let me clear this screen. If you do, for example, echo and then h1, and this is for test, and h1, this will be just normal h1 HTML, okay, and that will work. But you need h1 here and here plus these symbols, okay. So how to do that? Well, some people will say I'm gonna use pre-tag. Okay, so let's try that. Echo pre, and don't forget to close it, and down there also echo, and we need to close our tag slash pre and semicolon, and check our result right now. See, still not good. I mean, we have some kind of result here, so pre is activated, but we don't see h1 here, and we don't see definitely left arrow and right arrow. So the solution here is to use HTML special entities. Okay, so when you are searching on Google, you will type this. Let me bring a browser here, HTML special entities table or something similar, and you will probably land into this page. Okay, w3.org is kind of official website. So character entity reference chart, so let's go there and let's see those special symbols. See, for left arrow we can use ampersand, LT and semicolon to represent it, or uppercase LT, or this hex number here, or even this down there. So let's first go with LT, okay, ampersand LT, which stands for less than. But where to put it? Well, we need to put it inside of our primary string. So ampersand LT and semicolon, and now for a right symbol, what we need to use is, let me bring my browser, it is greater than ampersand GT semicolon. So let's do that, ampersand GT semicolon, and h1 is here. It's a little bit confusing, but still it's here. Okay, so let's just leave it concatenated like this. Okay, same thing around here, ampersand less than semicolon, and here ampersand greater than semicolon. Okay, don't forget to put this semicolon inside of quotes. Okay, these are different semicolons. This is to mark end of command, and this is inside of string, like a part of that special symbol. Right, so now let's put this out of service, because I want you to see results in a big font, in a h1 basically. So check this out. See, so we have now those symbols. If we activate pre-tag, then we will get even smaller results. Check this out. The thing will still work, and actually it will be nice. It will correctly represent any other source code, but you know, let's just higher up this font a little bit by removing these pre-tags. Normally you will use it, but now we are just simplifying things. Right, so just remember that you will substitute a left arrow is the same thing as ampersand less than semicolon, and right arrow is ampersand greater than semicolon. Okay, but also we can use another approach here, and let me bring my browser here. So let's see what we have. Ampersand hash and 60. And for right arrow, ampersand, hash, and 62. So it's not on top of our minds. We cannot invent that. It's already carved in stone all over the place on internet. So yeah, let's do that right here. I'm gonna comment this, but first let's copy it to down there. Okay, let's delete this. So we will substitute this with ampersand, hash, and then 60 for a left arrow, and here ampersand, hash, and 62 I think, and semicolon will be in place. Same thing here, hash, 60, and right here hash and 62, and semicolon will be left intact. And now we will get absolutely same result. See, refresh, and there you go. So let's uncomment this. So both of these will be correctly represented, but they will be concatenated, of course, because I didn't use break. So let's use break, echo, br, and now we'll have this vertical difference. So just remember, if you need to use special symbols into your pre-section of your website, just go to internet and search for HTML special entities, or search for ASCII table. ASCII table. Okay, you can do that too. And probably you can read about that a little bit on Wiki page and on a couple of those pages and so on. So see, for HTML character, left arrow and right arrow, you have in ASCII table and description the same thing. Okay, see, ampersand, hash, and 60, and down there ampersand, hash, and 62. So you can find those stuff all over the place, but you will pretty much be fine with this first result, like HTML special entities. Okay, so following same logic here, we can do that with break too. So let's say what I was talking about. Yeah, ampersand, lt, and ampersand greater than semicolon, and now again everything will be concatenated, but you will see br directly here. Okay, now we are going to use normal echo for normal break, and everything will be fine vertically. Okay, save and refresh, and there you go. Now if you go to your page, view page source, you will see a mess basically, but now you know how to do this stuff. And final thing in this tutorial, echo, let's enclose that into pre-tag, and we will not mess around with pre-tag, left and right arrow. You can do that, but we are just going to use it for normal purposes. So echo pre-tag, let's close it, and let's group this a little bit more to look nicer. And well, this is pretty much it. So now you can grab from internet some code snippets and try to experiment with that if you have a couple of minutes more. But if you don't have minutes, if you're bored with this, sure, you can just leave it when you need it. The point is that you can find these examples all over the place on internet, so don't worry. We were being able in a split of a second to find substitution for left and right arrow, and you're gonna do that for any other symbol you need to represent directly into HTML or PHP results. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up. You now know how to mess around with these things. Thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, welcome to tutorial about if-else statements. So what they are and when we are going to use them? Well, every time when you have some kind of checks to determine if something is right or wrong, you will use if-elses. And based on that check, you will do something or you will not do something. So let me explain into one simple example here. Like, we have a number, so it's totally on us to define that. We have a number which is, for example, 5. Now, if number is 5 in our check, we will print operation from above is true or it's correct. So let me type that. If, and inside of brackets we will use that check. Okay, so if number equals 5, and you will probably notice here that we are using two equality symbols. So one equality symbol means that we are just hooking these things together. We are like putting this into number, and down there we are using these two symbols to compare them. Okay, so we are comparing if this number in reality really that. Now please note that here and here we can use totally different numbers, and we are going to do that in the continuation of tutorial, but just bear with me here. Okay, so this is check, and based on that check something needs to be done, and we will use curly brackets to say what's gonna be happening. So in this case, for simplicity reasons, we'll just echo operation from above is true or is correct. It's totally up to you. Now here's the question. If this is correct, what will happen if this is not correct? Okay, so we need to have like backup alternative. This is fine, but what if it's not fine? What if this number is something else? Well, we need to have backup. How to state backup? Well, using else. So else, and then again operation, and we said that operations we will put it into what's the term here? Not ugly, but curly braces. Yeah, curly braces. So operation will be like number is not 5. Okay, and let's save this. And now when I press refresh here, the result will be operation from above is true. Why? Because these two numbers are same. But let's change this number here, for example, to 10. And now this is obviously wrong. So our check is wrong. So this will not work, but this will work, because this is alternative which will be activated if this is not correct. So this is actual reality, and this is our check, and check is wrong. Okay, so let's now refresh our page, and number is not 5, and that's pretty much it. That's reality. Now, of course, you can change things here, like you can even use strings. Why not? So let's say I'm gonna use str here, and then down there let's use it, and string will be up here, for example, something. So if string is, for example, something in a check, now operation from above is true, that will be activated, and alternative will be, for example, they are different. They are different, okay. And let's now refresh our kind of program, and operation from above is true, because something in check is really same like something from reality. You can put whatever you like here, like I don't know, let's say John, and down there let's say Maria. So obviously Maria and John are different things, I mean persons, so here this part will be activated, because Maria is not the same thing as John. Maria in check is not same as John in reality, in our variable. Okay, so refresh, and they are different, and let's use them as the same, and now only this part of code will be activated. Operation from above is true. Okay, so that's kind of stupid theory. Let's actually do something useful here. So see this form from a couple of last tutorials. Let's simplify it. Okay, let's remove this, and let's use here a name here in a check if else statement. I mean into check. So let me type it like this: if open normal brackets get name equals, for example, John, And then something need to be done, like echo John is entered. John comes from form. Okay, and else, that's backup alternative. Else what we will say is you entered something different. Okay, and now we need to go to our actual form. What was it? Form.html. And oh yeah, we need to remove this from form, from actual HTML file. So let me do that right here, and the thing will work now. So let me refresh. Okay, so name, and let's say we will put here Samantha. And now when we pass this with submit button to grab things.php, what's gonna happen is, oops, error, let me see, error is in grab things, what I'm doing here wrong. Oh yeah, semicolon, sorry about that. Let's reload our example, Samantha, submit, and you entered something different from John. But if we enter John, okay, then submit, John comes from form. So that's true. Okay, you can practice this a little bit, but the thing is very simple. So let me explain. Let's delete this. You have some kind of variable. Okay, and that variable is something. And then down there you're opening if, and inside of brackets you're stating that variable is less or more or same as, for example, something, and based on that you are doing some operation. I will just type stupid pseudocode here, like do some stuff, and if this will not work, then you're saying else, do something else. So you can have as many of ifs you like, and you have only one else at the bottom. So basically we will practice about this in the next tutorial too, but I don't want to go, you know, to 15 minutes of tutorials. So anyway, thank you for watching. Just remember that this was a kind of silly pseudo code, and practice with you know, codes from like couple of minutes ago when we are doing things from form, when we are grabbing things from form. Right, so anyway, I definitely need to explain this a little bit more because I want you guys to realize this. So thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's become more proficient with if-else statements. So here's the thing, in the last tutorial I mentioned that we can do all kind of checks with numbers like is that number less or higher than specific some other number. So let's actually do that, and we will introduce else if command here. So else if, okay? And okay, before doing that, let's clear our airspace, and what we are going to do is we will grab things from form, only one number, and then we will do all kind of checks right here. So let me first correct this form. Okay, this thing will remain the same. There is no need to change name of our script. Method will be post, that's cool. So let's change the label to number, because that's what we are grabbing. And down there, let's change a name of field to, well, number. Okay, so save, and let me refresh that form HTML. Okay, so that's cool, that works. Now let's populate this grabthings.php. First we need to extract things from form, and let's say that variable will be, well, get number equals, and let's grab it, post, so you know this. And we are grabbing number here. Okay, let's close our command, and let's be sure that everything is working in this simplest possible way. Okay, and then we'll go to if else statements. Where was? Oh yeah, echo. Just will echo for now. Get number. Okay, save and refresh, and then let's say that number will be 10 here. Submit. There you go. Our connection work between PHP script and actual form. So let's change this script to do all kind of checks, like if, for example, enter the number which is from get number. If it's less than 100, we need to do some operation which will be like echo number is less than 100. So what is other option? Well, it is that number can be checked as is it higher than 100 basically. And now we will not use if here, we will use else if. Okay, so every time when you're doing multiple checks, at the top you will have if, at the end you will have else, like a totally end solution, like a backup alternative, only one, and in between you will have a lot of these else if, this, else if, that, and so on and so on. So yeah, so else if, oops, get number is higher than 100, we must close our bracket, then operation will be echo number is higher than 100. So that's one of the options. Don't forget to close your command. And then down there we have only one possible option, is that enter the number is same as 100. So else, and that's only one option possible, else echo numbers are same like 100. Okay, something like that, who cares? I mean, it's important that you realize how to do this kind of tree of if else statement, you know. Yeah, so let's go to our form. Where is it? Refresh, and let's say 5, for example. Submit. Number is less than 100, so then this will be activated. So that's cool, that works. Let's check with another number like 500, or I don't know, 365, who cares? Submit. Number is higher than 100. Okay, so then this is activated, so everything works. And another option will be, the only one option that's left is that they are same, so we are checking with 100. That's like our, well, number. So submit, and numbers are same 100. Okay, so that's cool. We are working with only one number. So here's the thing. Let's do let's grab couple of things, couple of numbers from form, and then we will compare them. Are they higher or less than each other? So you can copy paste this if you're typing right now, and you can pause this video, and I will suppose that you just want to continue. So I will just go to form, and yeah, let's grab number 2, like second number, and then down there let's say second. What? So now we have two numbers to check, two elements. Where is our form? Refresh. There you go. The thing works. So I mean, this looks like pretty much ugly. So let's push these fields down. Okay, let me type break here, and also here. Maybe it will look nicer. I don't know. Oh yeah, so that's cool. More nicer. Anyway, where I was. Let's check this. Change this script. Like so, we need to grab and second number. Let's do that. Second number, and let's change this to first number. First number. We will grab it using same approach, totally normal stuff. Post second. So that's from our name from form. Let me check that once more time. Number and second. number and second. Let's actually change that to first and first, and then in a form we need to change that to first, and now we are pretty much ready to go. So let's check those numbers. If first number is less than second number, we will print first is less number or smaller number. First num is smaller number. So sorry about my English, I'm not native English speaker, so sometimes I mess things, you know. So sorry about that. And another option, so let me just copy paste this to save ourselves a little bit of time with else if. Else if first number is bigger than second number, we will say first num is bigger than second number. Then or done, how to write this? Then, yeah, I don't know. Something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. So what is the third option? The third option is that those numbers are same, so else. And we'll just print echo numbers are same. Okay, and don't forget to end this command. So refresh, and let's say first number will be 10 and second number will be 50. Submit. First number is smaller than number, second number, so I need to correct that. Where is it? Here and here, and that's pretty much cool. So let's check that right now again, like 10 and 60. First number is smaller than second number, and that's cool. Now another option will be, let's change that to 50 and 5. Submit. First number is bigger than second number, and that's cool, that works, that's true. And let's have them same, like 50 and 50. Submit. Numbers are same. So yeah, that's cool. Now you know how to compare things, grabbing them from form. So here's the thing. I don't have too much space here, but on your PC you probably have, on your monitor. Right here in echoes, okay, you can actually use those numbers. See, when we are typing here, when we are using it, we just get very generic results, but let's include actual numbers here. So that's task for you. Just put it right here, like first number down there, and then use comma, and then rest of the string, and then here also use comma and then actual variable, and then you will get actual numbers and our generic report. But that's up to you. Okay, so you can practice that, and that's very easy. So if you don't get everything from this tutorial, just don't worry, replay it and take pauses and put things on a piece of paper and start with small first one element from form, and then continue with 2 or more elements, and if you like. So this is an interesting approach. Let's use it in the next example, in the next tutorial, to do calculator in PHP, and that will be fun. Why not? Anyway, so thank you for watching. A little bit longer tutorial than I thought, but you know, that's just me. So thank you for watching, and see you next one. Hello YouTube, as I promised, let's turn this form and PHP script into calculator in PHP. So first let's check our form. Okay, so let's upgrade this. We will remain first and second number as they are here. And down there we need field for actual operation, like subtraction, multiplication, and so on. So yeah, right here, operation, uppercase O. And right here we need to state the same thing, operation, right? So everything is fine now. Okay, we will have normal stuff here, and down there we will just say plus, minus, and so on. So yeah, let's go to PHP script. We don't need these checks for now. Yeah, we need to extract from form operation. So classical stuff like above. Operation equals post is a method, and we are grabbing operation, so that's cool. Don't forget semicolon. And for simplicity reasons, while we are typing, to save ourselves a little bit of time, we will just use first and second as variables here. So let's go with actual checks, like if operation equals plus as a string, we will do, well, addition, like echo and result of addition, and not addiction. We will concatenate that to actual result, which will be inside of brackets. You know, this is classical mathematical stuff, you know. So when you're doing anything that looks a little bit of more mathematicky, you know, complicated, just use it into quotes and you will be pretty much done. So first plus second, and that will be pretty much it for addition. So let me test that. First number 10, second number 500, operation, addition, submit, and there you go, the thing works. Now, of course, you can beautify your report here more that I'm doing, but you know, let's just stick with the point. Now, next thing for subtraction, and we will use else if here. Right, so this will be quick. We'll switch to minus and minus in operation, and the report will be subtraction. Now, if I'm creating some kind of errors while typing English here, correct me on this one. As I said, I'm not native English speaker or writer, whatever. Yeah, variables. Let's test this. Okay, 1000. Operation negative, submit, and there you go, that works. Same thing for, let's say, multiplication. We'll just, yeah, use star here and star here and custom report multiplication. Okay, let me test that incrementally because we need to test our stuff, like 50 times 50. Okay, don't forget star here. 2500. Right, so now don't say else and go to division. We will use else for all other errors you're gonna create, and there will be those errors. So let me just type that and you'll see what I'm talking about. So yeah, let's just copy paste things. So else operation is division, and let's change that into actual brackets. Now let's change our custom report to division. I think it's division or division. Correct me on this, as I said. So yeah, let's test that. 10, result need to be 5, submit, and there you go, thing works. So the alternative is the last thing, like there is no more than that, and we will use else to do that. So if you type something silly here like ZZ or BB or something stupid, then you need to get that error. So this is like a rudimentary basic check, you know. Right, so else, and we will say just echo wrong or weird operation, and smiley, why not? And that's pretty much it. So let's check that, like ZZ, submit, and weird operation. So there you go, the thing works. Okay, so you can, you know, repeat this if you like, or you can turn this into something that will, for example, calculate area of triangle or something, you know, mathematical. I don't know, it's up to you basically, but you can practice this. Nothing special here, nothing, no big deal. So we were just adding a new field here in HTML form, and then we are grabbing that additional operation, and then for all those operations that which we have in the mathematics, we are doing individual if, portion of code with, of course, if at the start, else if in the middle, and else at the end, because there is no more than that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Relatively simple stuff. If you don't get this, just don't torture yourself. You will get this tomorrow or 1 week from now. And the point is that you will get it eventually. So don't torture yourself. There is no born programmers. Well, at least I think, I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up and I definitely need to go to sleep. And as always, thank you for watching, for support, and see you next tutorial. So see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to substitute this if-else-if mess here, which tends to be kinda ugly after some time, with something else, and that else will be switch block of code or switch statement. Let me explain. Well, for start we will just put this into comments because we will probably need it later to save ourselves a little bit of time. Right, so we will use these things: switch and case and break and default. So these are like new commands, okay? But don't worry about it, it will be totally intuitive and you know this from your normal English. Really logical way of typing code. So yeah, how to start? Well, we first need to check for symbol inside of this field for operation. Well, switch, and what we are going to check, that will be operation. Operation. Right, so inside of curly brackets we will state those actions and further checks. So first possible option will be, well, addition. Okay, so let's type that. If case, we don't need to type if case, just case. Case is plus, then something need to be done, actual operation. And let's say that will be just from here. We will just copy paste this stuff. I don't want to, torture you typing this again. So let's have a little bit of indentation because it's nicer. Now this is one case and we have 5 because for normal operations, mathematical one, and then option number 5 will be when we mess something here. Okay, so that's like an error on our side. So we need the 4 possible cases and 5 which is like default error checking. Let me just type that. So after this is done, because only one operation can be done, we need to break it. So after we get the result, we will break it, like with break, okay, and that's it. Okay, that's totally it for addition. Now let's go to subtraction, case minus, operation will be, we will grab that from down there. Okay, so let's copy paste that here. And same thing, when we are done with operation, we will break from it. There is no purpose into going to further operations. Now, next thing will be, well, you probably guess, multiplication or division. What I was using, let me see, multiplication. So let's actually, yeah, we can type this. Case, multiplication. And let's use copy-paste approach here, because it's kind of easier. Down there. And of course we need to break from it when we are done with multiplication. And same thing from for division. What's the operation? Let's grab it from down. Okay. And we need to break from it. So you pretty much get the approach here. You will just at the top have a switch, and then what you are going to check, and then what are possible cases. If you run into specific case, you will do specific operation, and then you will stop there. That's pretty much it. So you will have one switch, many cases, and at the end one backup alternative, which will be like a default. So yeah, so we are pretty much done with normal operations. Let's go with default. Now default will be activated if any of those is not selected or is not correct. Okay, so that's like the only thing that you can count on that will be done if these are fails, something like that. So default, and what were we using here? Echo weird operation. Okay, that will be like default, and that's pretty much it. So you don't need to say break here. I mean, it's just end of ends. Very simple stuff. So let me test that in our form. Refresh, number 10, number 5, operation plus 15. Yeah, so that works. Let's check that individually. Operation minus, result 5. So this place works. And multiplication 50. That works. Okay, so everything is fine. And final check, submit. Okay, that works too. And let's create error here, like blah blah blah, non-existing operation. Only in the head of Slavoj Žižek you have that operation, but submit, and weird operation. There you go. So everything works. Now let me repeat what we are doing here, because it's kind of nice to know this. You'll use it in PHP definitely through your career. So we can invade if else if mess using switch block of code. In a switch of block of code, inside of brackets you will check one field. Based on that field, what is entered, either directly here or grabbing from HTML form or from somewhere else, it's not important. So based on that case, specific case, you will do specific action, and that's pretty much it. After you are done with action, you will break from execution, and well, that's it. You know, very, very simple stuff. So you can practice this. If you are confused, and that's possible, you know, just disregard this. You can totally delete it, and then you can hard code here like something, like you can say operation equals plus, and then down there you can use these first and second, and they will be like hard coded. So you can type that here, like first number will be 5 and the second number will be, I don't know, 10, and you can just, you know, change these things here directly, you know. So yeah, grab things PHP. Now you don't need to go to form because we don't use it here. Okay, so you can just run this grab things PHP script directly, and well, addition 15, because yeah, so that's pretty much it. Let's change the symbol, minus 5, and there you go, the thing works. So very, very cool stuff. You know, I find this very interesting and usable, and as I said, you will use it pretty much all the time when you're creating your own checks, CMSs, applications, and so on. But I always like to work with HTML forms because, let's be honest, PHP is for web development. So let me return to normal operation, grabbing things from form. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Let me check that one more time. And that works. So there you go. Pretty much cool stuff. Thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, welcome to tutorial where we will learn how to run external programs using PHP. Please remember that this can be extremely useful but also extremely dangerous. Okay, so our file will be index.php. That's the place from where we will run additional programs. And the functions we are going to use, there are two actually. System, and that thing will run program, and then it will return us some kind of report or output. And another option is to use eheads, and that thing will just execute program and it will not even say hello. Right, so let's run calculator through PHP, and if you're on Windows you can use something else. Oops. Calculator, and refresh, and now right here right here I expect, well, calculator. Now, how many times I can run programs? Well, it's totally up to you. Please don't use it a lot, just a couple of them, couple of easy ones. And now we have 3 calculators. 1, 2, and 3. So with this kind of thing you can do beautiful stuff, but you can also totally mess your system if you do stupid things, and especially some people, if they are ill-intended, they can totally bust, you know, their hosting providers using this or something similar. Right, so can we use some other things like except calculator one after another? System, let's say notepad. And there you go, refresh, and that thing works. Now that's kind of easy. So here's a question: can we use any application that demands attributes, parameters like ping? So let's do that. Let's ping Google. Okay, so ping Google, and now we will have right here a bunch of results. And they will be grouped totally and messed up, but it will work, you know, the thing will work. So some people will say, well, that's cool, we can just enclose that into pre-tag. Right, so let's do that actually, why not? And the reason why I'm writing here is you can create all kind of websites to make money with it, like, you know, you have those things on internet that you can just go and ping remotely and do trace routes and all kind of networking checkups. So you can use it to, you know, put advertising on it and backlinks to your major website and something like that. And the thing will work and will create you a little bit of cash aside, so why not? Because the reports will be like this. So if you use this with a little bit of framework, front end, like a Bootstrap 4, that thing can look, you know, very spicy and nicey. Right, where I was? I don't know. So yeah, let's use echo, you know, because not echo but echoes. Echoes. Now the interesting thing about this command, this function, is that it will not return you a lot of stuff. I mean, sometimes not at all. Yeah. So what you can do sometimes is just to print it, like echo. Okay, and then I think that will work for a little bit. Oh yeah, just one line, you know, it's weird. So most of the people will just use system and that will be pretty much enough to get the job done. Now here's the thing, can we use this to get into our system, like in terminal or in a command prompt? Well, let's try to do that. So basically we are trying to get into our system through browser. And as I said, that can be very dangerous if you open that kind of page to your end users, you know, or, I mean, on internet you have all kind of automated crawlers that will grab everything that you have on your system. So even if you forget something which can be potentially dangerous, well, those bad people will find it, and over time, you know. And even using normal search engines, you know, it's very easy to get into systems, even with a little bit of effort. A scary thing, totally scary thing. Yeah, what I was talking about. Oh, to get into system, just a second. So CMD, and right now, here we will get into system. We'll see what's there. See? Cool stuff, bro. Let me actually have that into pre-tag. It will be nicer, I think. Well, of course it will be nicer. Because this report is kind of ugly. Oops. And see, that works. And we are here into kind of root of our web server. So can we issue additional commands here? Like, can you combine that with dir on the same line? Let me see. Well, pretty much no, because you need to issue one command after another. Let me explain. Let's say you want to get into this folder, and that's fine, and now you want to dir in it. I mean, you want to see what's there. So refresh, and then you have your listing. See, I mean, extremely funny stuff, useful stuff, and I mean, it can be dangerous, very, very dangerous, if you open it to other people. Yeah, that's that's pretty much it. So you can even use some kind of well, header here, like to see what you're doing, like HR for example, and that will be more nicer. Yep, something like that. And down there, why not? That will look like a real report, or maybe not, but yeah, it works, you know, it works. So what else we can do here? Let me see, like H3, and then down there also H3, but we need to close it. This is ugly code, you know, but it will work. Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff, bro. Anyway, in the next tutorial we are going to do also this scary thing, but we will write that script where you or your end user can call applications inside of your PC through web server through form. Well, yeah, let's do that. That will be fun. Anyway, thank you for watching. I'm gonna render and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, as I promised, in this tutorial we will use this existing form to issue commands that need to be executed on our web server through PHP. So this is totally ugly, let me clarify stuff. Okay, and also I want to delete everything inside of this PHP script because it's a lot of things to think about, because we are beginners. So yeah, label for field, label, command or something like that, and after that we need the input field, text of course, and name will be command, and we don't need a value. Now let me see what else we can do this, because that will probably be ugly as hell. Form HTML, yeah, so it's on one line, but I don't know, I like things on individual lines. So let me see, break, and yeah, maybe another break. Okay, and up here one, let me see, yeah, something like that, who cares. Anyway, so our form is done, and let's go to our PHP file. So the first thing we need to do is to grab this field, okay, things from here. So let's do that, like get command that need to be executed. Where is my dollar? Oops. Yeah, post, and we are grabbing command, right? And then down there the thing will be extremely simple, just system, and let's run that thing. So get command, and that's it, you know, that's pretty much it. So calculator, let's run it through our form. Okay, that works. Now the funny thing here is we can use one thing in a form, but we can run it many times. Like check this out. And we will type only once here application, and it will be immediately run 3 times. See? Scary stuff. What a scary thing to do. Anyway, what else? Notepad. Or you can use pretty much whatever you like a ping to Google or any other address. Man, Google will ban my IP. I'm pinging it so much. Definitely we need a pre-tag here. Pre-tag, and probably, yeah, sure. Down there, let's close it. Echo pre, and that's pretty much it. Maybe one horizontal line will be nice here, or even here. HR, and that's pretty much it, I think. Okay, go. There you go, thing works, and you have kind of nice here line. Okay, so you can also use, when you are pinging, you can use, you know, custom number of packets, like 1, and submit, and there you go, thing will work. So here's the thing. What if we can connect this ping, like we can hard code it here with a target that we will grab from form. So let's actually do that. Target IP or domain. So target will be field, and here we'll say get target and target, and then down there we will concatenate stuff like ping and then space, and we will concatenate that with actual target. So get target, and I think this will work. Let me see. So we don't need to type ping here or any other custom stuff. We just need well, I need to refresh this thing. Right. So let's just say Google, and come on. Oh yeah, works. Cool stuff, bro. So that's pretty much it. So what we are doing here, we are hard coding application, and then we have a space because we need it, and then we are grabbing things from form. Now we can also hard code another parameters here, like only one packet, okay, and then we will just hard codingly custom ping that target with one ping. I don't know what I'm talking about, but we are defining here target, and then everything will be done on the side of the script. So let's change this to Yahoo. That will be quick. IP address must be specified. Oh yeah, we need the space here. That's stupid. Submit, and there you go, our thing works. So can we use couple of IPs here or domains? Well, sure. So let's copy paste this down there. Target 2, let's say, and then down there target 2. Let's save that. Let's check our form. Cool. And now we need to copy paste this and change it to get target 2. Oops. And we will grab that thing, and then down there we can just copy paste this code and the thing will work. But we will need to add get target 2 here. Okay, so we are grabbing two things and we are pinging it individually. I think that will work. Maybe not, I don't know. So one thing will be Google, another thing will be Bing. Let me see. Oh yeah, so that works, but we don't know what the hell we are pinging here. So let's print that before. Pinging, or here, echo. Pinging, what we are pinging? We are pinging get target 1. Okay. And then down there, let's just copy paste it to here. We are pinging get target 2. I think that's cool. So we will not change anything here. So submit. And now we have what we are targeting, but this is also cryptic. So let me just, yeah, H2 or something like that. Who cares? H2, and also down there H2, and now we will see better our targets. Oops. Submit. There you go. Yeah, cool stuff. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Oh, 8 minutes tutorial, damn it. Anyway, in the next tutorial we will do some kind of similar thing with HTML form probably, and switch block of code, something like that. Who cares? Anyway, thank you for watching and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to limit user possibilities when we are allowing them to use HTML form to run stuff on our system. So yeah, let's delete this. I don't want to confuse me and you. And form, we'll just go with the one option here, and that will be, well, let's say option or external app, external program to run, and let's name it external. Now that's pretty much it. When we are talking about form, where is my form? Just a second. Yep, so that's cool. Let's go to our file. Let's grab that thing, get external, and you know this up to now, I can guarantee that. So external, and let's go with the switch. So we will just allow user to run calculator, notepad and nothing else using switch. So switch, and inside what we are grabbing, we are grabbing external thing. Now if that external thing is calculator, that will be case 1. So case salts, we will just say system, well, calc. Okay. And if user is, oh yeah, we need to break here. I always forget that. Okay, next option is notepad. And then system. Let's run notepad. And of course we need to break from things. And default. Now default will be, let's say, we will just send end user a message that he's a nasty dude. So default, let's say echo. What the hell? Echo. Dude, what the hell? Just calc and notepad are allowed. Something like that. I think that we're pretty much cool here, so refresh and let's say ping, just to test things. Okay, that works. We can even use h1 here because that's kinda important. So h1, and down there we need to close it. h1. Dude, what the hell I'm doing here? I don't know. Okay, resubmit, ping. What? Yeah. And now this thing must work. Okay, so that's cool. Right, so let's try with calculator. And that works. And notepad. That works. So what if we use different cases here, like uppercase? Will that work? No. So you can also here use some kind of message to user, like yeah, on a form, like please. That will be h3, let's say, or h2. I don't know what is better here. h2. Please only calc and notepad, and we will use it like exactly like what they need to type. So yeah, and we can use bold here. Yeah, who cares? That's just, you know, message to user, nothing special here. So refresh, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, so end user now need to pay attention what he is typing basically. If we say uppercase C, will that work? No, so they must type lowercase salts, and that works. So yeah, pretty much short tutorial. Now you can play around if you wish with a combination of couple of fields if you want to do something. I don't know what's on top of your mind basically, but yeah, you can do a lot of stuff here. Just remember, when you're using switch, don't forget the break from system or from any other operation here pretty much. And yeah, so you can also use echo here, like you will have of course normal operation, but you can also print something to user that something is fine, so like echo executing or something stupid. I think that will work. Let me see, where is my form, and there you go. So you have some kind of backup, I mean information to user, like yeah, so cool stuff. I don't have anything pretty much to add here. You can add in the comments section below a couple of examples so we can improve this example, like some ideas and so on. So that's pretty much it for this tutorial. Okay, I will probably go to sleep now, and maybe I will do only one tutorial today. I mean, yeah, it's 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, something like that. So yeah, so see you next tutorial, and thank you for watching, for support and subscription. That's pretty much, so see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about for loops. Now you will use it every time when you wanna something to happen couple of times, like you have number 0 and number 10 and you wanna print all numbers from 0 to 10 one after another. So you need to define in for loop every time a lower end, upper end and operation, meaning how we will get from 0 to 10, because we can increment by 1, by 2, by 5 and such thing. So that's like a theory. So let's go to actual example. You will start with typing 4, and then we need to open normal brackets, and then inside we will define x. You can use whatever you like. I'm just going to use x as a variable, abstract variable. And in that specific moment of time, that will be lower end, okay? So like a bottom line. From now on to 10, we need to do a couple of stuff. Well, now we need to define bottom line, or not bottom line, but upper line, upper number, higher number. And how we are going to do that? We'll say up to 10, or from 0 to 10. And now we need to say what is the approach here, how we will jump from 0 to 10. We need to define increments basically, so semicolon, and x for every pass will be existing x plus 1. So how to explain this? Any new x will be like previous 6 plus 1. Okay, so that's better. So you will have situation like 0, and then 0 plus 1, 1, and then 1 plus 1, 2, and 2 plus 1, 3, and so on, up till 10, okay, because that's upper limit, okay. So yeah, you can use here less than or less than and equal, and let's actually use that, less than equal. Okay, so yeah, so now when we have what our steps, now we need to have actual operation, what usable thing need to be done, like what's the point here, why we are doing these things. So in this simple case, we will just echo here x in that specific moment of time. So x in that moment of execution, right? And of course we need to print that x. So we will use variable, and after that we will use break, because we need those numbers one after another. So classical HTML stuff here. So that's in a nutshell, that's a for loop. You need to define lower thing, upper thing, and how you will jump from one thing to another. Right, so enough theory, let's go to execution, refresh, and that's it. You have your results. Now please note we are on index.php page, so maybe that's That's important. And this is nice, but we can also put it into H2. Maybe that will be more nicer, or H3, whatever. H3, and now we will have our report nicer, I think. Oops. Oh yeah, so so headings add you know, new lines. So that was stupid. Let's just use bold here, or strong, or whatever. Right, so that works. Okay, so let me see what else we can do here. Well, let's do reverse operation, and we're gonna do that with typing new for loop, and I will just leave this as a reference here, and let's put that into comment section, multiple comments, and let's push it down there. So let's start again. We will start with a for, and then we need to open brackets, and then let's use right here epsilon, for example, or it's totally up to you, it's really not important. So now we will define our upper limit, like upper number, let's say 30, and we need to go from 30 to 0. So lower thing will be 0, like how to say this? Well, epsilon need to be bigger than 0. So that's creation of range. Now you probably want to experiment a little bit with this less than and greater than, and you'll when you run into errors you will know, because you will not get the results on the screen as you need them. So now if this is upper limit, how to get down there? Well, let me type that. Epsilon that we need, we will get it when we grab existing epsilon, okay, and we subtract 1 from it. Now also we can use any other number, but then jumps will be basically bigger. Where I was? Oh yeah, in actual operation. Right, so echo, let's say epsilon right now, and let's print that epsilon in a moment of time, and we will add break. Oh yeah, so let's add it down there for simplicity reasons. Break, and if I didn't mess something up here, then we will see here as 30, and it will go to 29, 28, whatever. So let me refresh that. Why I have error? Let me see. This is stupid. I did something wrong. Syntax error. What the hell? On line 3? Let me see. Oh yeah, I'm using this incorrectly. The equality symbol need to be here. Well, that was dumb. So refresh, and there you go, thing works. So please pay attention, you know, when you're doing this stuff. So now can we change these increments, decrements, whatever? Let's say, let's use 5. Sure, we can do that. And there you go, the thing will work. So this is like a counter, you know, nothing really special. You just define lower end, sorry, upper end, and steps. And of course, for every step you need to have some operation. That's pretty much it. So anyway, you can practice a bit. Yeah, I do know that this looks like mathematical stuff, and it is basically, because this can be done on a piece of paper. And honestly, PHP is weird about this. Python is way better than that. But you know, Python is Python, PHP is PHP. Right, so yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up and render, and that's pretty much it. So you now know 4 loops. So thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to substitute these zeros and tens, which are basically hard-coded levels, with dynamic levels from our form. So that's like objective. So yeah, let's delete this, and let's customize our form. So we will use these 2 for lower level, and let's change that to lower, okay, and upper here, And let me test my form right now, and I think that everything will be fine. Right, so that's cool. Now, PHP script, let's see what we can throw away here. Let's throw away everything and we will just end up with this. So get lower, and let's use it as a structure for our next field, upper. Okay, so let me check connection. Now when I click on submit, I need to get white space here basically. So that's cool, everything works, but I don't have any advanced processing here. Right, so here's the thing. To save ourselves a little bit of time, I will just copy paste this here, and then we will do substitution. So this is 0, this get lower will replace 0, get lower, and 10 will be turned into get upper, and that's pretty much it. So let me test that. Okay, 5 is lower and 500 is upper number, or let's use something smaller for start. And there you go, and that's a lot of numbers, so let me switch that to 15. Now the reason why I'm doing this is, see, we have 15 right here, and the reason is we are using here less than or equal. Now if you remove this equality, you will just get one pass less. See, so pay attention about that if you're doing some kind of financial stuff or out counting, I don't know. Now you'll probably say, well, what's gonna happen if I wanna go in reverse, like if I use minus here? So basically we will end up with a never-ending loop. Let me just do that, like submit, and there you go. This thing will constantly work. So this is like your own denial of a service attack from inside, something like that. Now the reason why I'm mentioning that is, oops, can I stop it? Yeah. If I go to my task manager and basically into CPU usage, you will see spikes every time when I'm using this script, and that can be potentially dangerous if you have a couple of those scripts that doesn't work, or even one script that a lot of users will run, or even some, I don't know, ill-attended people from internet doing some, you know, probing with the Python automatization script and so on. So let me explain. So refresh, and you will see spike here. So normally my CPU usage is less than 10, but right now I have 26, and let's say that I'm gonna run just one more thing, I mean the same thing, let's say from 5 to 500, and check this out, submit, and that thing works, and this will also work, and we'll go to 45% or something. Yeah, so see, that can be dangerous, and some people can just put these kind of scripts on your system if you are a hosting company, or you're thinking about that kind of startup or something like that, and this can be really nasty. Right, so so what is the solution? Well, solution is test a lot before getting your script on your actual production server. And that's pretty much it. Can I kill this? No, so let's just leave it. Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, that's cool. So it's back to normal again. Right, so how you can solve this? Well, either you can change symbols here, or in your form you can change lower will become upper, and upper will basically become lower. You can type 500 here and 5 there, and then yeah, so you need to change that probably. Let me see. Yeah, that will work. But if you use something like plus here, then the same thing again, just opposite polarity. See, totally scary stuff if you are not careful enough. Anyway, let me just go back to normal because I don't want to run into some kind of issues with my system. I mean, it's not possible to do that with one script for me right now, but anyway, let me test that. Yeah, so let's switch that to, I don't know, 20, or yeah, 100. Oops, I'm in loop. Well, that's stupid. Plus, and let's refresh and I will be fine. Okay, so that's cool. Next thing, let's switch this thing to something dynamic. So let's create here one more field, and that will be step, because step is basically neutral, so it's totally up to you. Will you use it to decrement this, decrement, whatever the term is, decrement, decrement, or you will, what's the term here, increment here, yeah, whatever. So plus and minus 1, basically that. So where I was, step, and that's kind of neutral, so we need to grab it from form. Okay, step and step here, and of course we need to change it here, so get step, and I think I will be fine. Let me fix this font size. Okay, so where I was, yeah, I need to refresh my form. Yep, so lower 5, upper 500, and step will be, yeah, 25. And there you go. So the more big the step is, the less executions you will have. That's logical stuff, you know. And if the step is lower, like 5, the more passes you will have. See? So maybe that confuses you, but it's really not that important. If you ever run into this kind of stuff, you will experiment a lot and you will end up with well, some nice solution and so on. Just please don't mess around with production, you know, because that can be very scary stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna end here, and as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to group things like numbers and how to extract and do something with every one of them. So this thing will be done using array, so you need to say array in front of it, and then you need to close command. But of course you need to have some handle for this operation of this grouping, and before that we will put something like stuff equals array and then bunch of elements. Okay, so array is a generic term for box basically, and you can have individual elements, but you can also have elements that will be composed of left side and the right side, like keys and values, and we will learn about that in the next tutorials, but let's just stick for this for now. So these things can be numbers, can be strings, a bunch of characters, can be individual letters, and so on. So let's just stay with the numbers because it's easy to work with them. Right, so this is like a box and this is like a handle for box. So let's go with some activity, and to do that we will use for each. So for each element in this box with the name of stuff, we want to do something with that. So how to do that? Well, you need to open bracket, and inside first you will state what is a handle for that thing, and in this case this is just stuff. Okay, now this is one part of the story. After that you need to say as, and after that we will say what will be generic, like a symbol, like an abstract symbol for any one of those, and we will use something like totally generic here, like X. You can use whatever you like, but just remember that when you're using for each, you need inside of brackets state both of these things, big box and what will be the handle for every individual element from that box, and in between you will just use as. Now if you're coming here from Python background, this will be totally weird, and I completely understand you, but PHP is a PHP and not Python. And yeah, so we need to work with this arrangement here. So after that we need to do some operation. So let's do that, like print or echo, and we are going to say unique element is, and then we'll just say X down there. Okay, now we don't need here to say stuff. Okay, that's already done here. So we are just working with every individual element. and we are grabbing that through this handle. Okay, so let me print that, and we are into index.php. So let's do that. And there you go, but I forgot to use break here, and for simplicity reasons I've just put it down there because I don't like to having HTML element into these commands. Okay, I want to split that thing, it will be nicer. Right, so this works, and yeah, I mean, we can even use like li's, like in the HTML individual elements. So let's actually do that. Maybe it will be nicer. So where I was, up here we need to say UL. That's a classical HTML stuff, but we also need to well print it, and down there we need to close it outside of for each. Okay, so let's close it, and here we will just say echo, and well, let's say right here echo li, and down there we are going to close it. Okay, li, and that's pretty much it. So here we will have those individual dots, and here will be actual numbers. Maybe that's, you know, interesting to you or something. Oops, oh yeah, semicolon, normal stuff, normal error. Right, now here's the thing. As I said, can we use something else here? Well, sure. Yeah, let's use a couple of strings, like something from here. Okay, and that will also work, no problem. Okay, now can we use strings and numbers? Well, sure, no problem. We are not limited by, you know, type of element, pretty much. We can even use decimals. And there you go, see, the thing works. So what is the practical example here? Well, let's use something silly, but something that will work. Okay, so let's here state couple of applications that we are going to run. Okay, let's change this thing to calculator and notepad, and I don't know, again calculator, who cares. Right, so now we don't need to have these prints, and we will substitute this thing with system, and we will run those individual commands through for each block of code by stating system X, and that basically means apply system on every of those things from stuff and their programs. Okay, so let's do that. And also here, maybe it's more understandable. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now we have calculator, and then notepad, and then again calculator. Refresh. There you go, that's pretty much it. How many of calculators? Only one. Why? Because see, when we have run notepad, we need to do something to this type of application. So next calculator will be executed when we exit notepad. See, there you go. So you must have that separation in your head between normal applications that will just pop up on the screen and applications where you actually need to do something like typing actual text and code, and I don't know, doing pictures and so on. So let's actually try that with MS Paint. Okay, and the same thing will be, well, yeah, let's substitute calculator with notepad with calculator, because then all these three applications will pop up on the screen. Okay, so refresh. 1, 2, and MS Paint, where is it? Yeah, there you go. So it's a little bit bigger application, so it needs more time. But that's, you know, pretty much it. So just remember that this is a pseudo structure. Like, you will have something, and that something will be just a handle for a bunch of stuff, which will be under array, and those things. Don't forget semicolon, and after that you will use for each. Just copy paste something down there, and don't forget as, and then use X or something totally else. Okay, it's totally up to you what kind of things you will use as a handler for these individual elements. So it's totally up to you. Okay, but once when you define this thing here, you must use it down there exactly like it's up here. Okay, and after that, normal stuff, do some operation operation, do some operation like printing things on a screen or running, you know, scripts, or who knows, you know, it's totally up to you. Right, so that will be it for this tutorial, and as always, thank you for watching, for subscription, and see you next one. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about position of elements inside of our, well, let's say programs. So let's actually use that example. So here's the thing, how you will get, if you have a lot of things here, how you will get individual things but only couple of them? Well, you will use positions. And now some people will say, well, that's cool, I will just print programs 1, programs 2, and so on. But that's not the case, because see, in programming you will count from 0. If this is your first programming language, you'll probably say, oh my god, how is that even possible? Well, this is a programming and not mathematics and not counting. So always this first thing will be 0, and second thing will be 1 and 2, and so on and so on. So some people will say, well, why is that so? Well, the easiest thing how to get this is just, you know, remember coordinate system, you know, like cross, and in the center of cross you have 0. So this is center of centers, and everything will go in directions based on that 0. So this calculator here is totally in the center, and then you will do, you know, jumps to next thing, to next thing, and to next thing, but you need to start from somewhere. So you cannot just start from 0, okay, sorry, from 1, because that's already one jump, okay, and 0 is absolutely, well, center. So yeah, that's like a stupid analogy, but I hope that you get it. So just remember, when you are indexing things, when you're grabbing things by position, remember about coordinate system, and we need to have some concrete stuff in place of 0, and then you'll have jumps and jumps and jumps to next thing. So that's like a programming language thing. Right, so let's echo those things by position. Let's change this to Notepad. Now what we have here is really not important, we are just learning indexes, positions. So how to print things? Well, you will say funny thing here, like first thing, and then you will say programs, and we will use these brackets, and now we will state 0 here. That means that we want to grab this calculator. Okay, now I do know this is weird. I mean, here you are printing first thing and then you're stating 0 position. What kind of lunacy is that? Well, it's how it is. Okay, as I said, just remember coordinate system, and you will get that inside of that center there must be some useful, and that useful is our first thing here. So that will be calculator. Okay, save and refresh, and there you go. Okay, so let's actually put that into bold. We can do this, why not? B/B, and let me check. Right, next thing, I mean second thing, and we actually need to have break here, BR. Okay, so let's go to next thing, which will be second thing, and then you will have 1 here, and then let's go to next thing, which will be third thing, third thing, and position will be 2. Yeah, I know it's weird, but it's like it is. And there you go, you have your results. And as I said, that can be very useful because you can skip some things. Like, yeah, let's actually do that. Like, you have these numbers here, okay, and you want to just grab I don't know, one number which will be at position 0, one number which will be at position 5, and one number which will be at position 8. And now result will be this, and let's explain why. So see, we are grabbing things at position 0, which is 1, so that's cool. Now we are grabbing things at position 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 6. Let's check that. Okay, there you go. And position 8, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there you go. So that's 9. Yeah, I do know it's confusing, but you'll get over it after, you know, a couple of hours of banging head against the wall. Right, so let's actually grab things from form and then let's print it by position. So yeah, let's do that. Let's change this form, and we are going to grab name of person, name and last name, and here label last name, and also, yeah, that needs to be uppercase, sorry about that. And down there we'll have years, and down there years. Okay, let's save and check our form. Okay, that's cool. Now let's change this thing to get name. Okay, name and then last name and last name, and down there years and years. Now let's put all these things inside of array. So let's just call it like data. I do know it's stupid and generic, but it will work. Array, and then you don't need to use quotes here. It's already done. Okay, so you just state variables. So get name, and then get last name, and get years. Okay, and now we will print based on position, but we will not use these things directly. We will use it through data. Okay, so echo, let's say first thing, or name, sorry, name, and then we will use data. Position will be 0. Okay, here position 0, and let's go to next line, br, and same thing down there, echo, last name, data 2, but position will be 1 because of this. Okay, this is at position 1, break, and you get this totally years. Inside we will have, damn it, I always confuse hash with the dollar, data, position 2, and so on and so on, and that's pretty much it. So let me see what I'm messing around here. Oh yeah, br need to be inside of quotes, and yep, that's pretty much it. So we are not printing directly through variables, we are printing that indirectly through a common thing here. I mean, think about this as box. These are individual elements and they are here, and we have a box that will grab these things, and then we will getting into that box and grabbing things based on positions or on levels or something like that. So where I was, yeah, I need to save, and is that saved? Yes. So refresh, name will be John, last name Smith, years 40, submit, and there you go, the thing works. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope that you get the position right now. Just remember that in most programming languages you will start counting from 0 because there is something there in the center of your coordinate system. Okay, so that's like analogy, and as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to grab number of elements inside of our array. So let's first create something to work with. Languages and array, and let's say JavaScript and the Perl and the Lisp and the C++ and let's say Python. Okay, that's cool. So we have something to work with. Now here's the thing, we need to use new command, and that will be count, and then inside we need to state what we are counting. Okay, in our case that will be languages. Okay, and now we need to put the result of this operation into somewhere. So let's say that will be variable like number of languages equals result of that operation. Okay, so this is just a function that will grab number of things from here. Okay, now let's print that number of languages, and we are in the index.php, so let's switch to there, and there you go, 5. So how many of them we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's cool. Don't confuse that with their positions. Okay, if you think in terms of positions, you will probably go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but no, positions are one thing and total number of them are different thing. Okay, so positions are not same thing as how many of them we have here, right? So they are numbers, but don't be confused. Right, so where we are going to use this? Well, you have a lot of examples here, but basically remember when we are using for each loop to get all these elements, well, we'll now use only for loop. So not for each, but for loop. So let's actually do that. Okay, let's delete this line and let's start with for loop. So in a for loop, first we need to define a lower level, and that will be a sum abstract x, which will be at the moment 0. Why 0? Because we need to start from somewhere. Okay, and 0 is like normal start. And now we need to define upper level x, and some people will say, well, that will be just easy, I'll just type 5 here. Well, no, you don't want to do that, because this is hard coding. Okay, you want to dynamically extract things, and then that means that you will push this thing down there. Okay, you'll say number of languages, and then you have dynamic result. Now why do you want to do this? Well, let's say that in your company you are like programmer and you have 10 accountants, and then they populate some kind of database. So normally you will not know how many rows you have in tables, but you do know that you can use this function to in a split of a second extract actual number of rows. Okay, so there is no way that you'll know in future how many things people will put into your database. Right, so don't hard code things if you don't have to. Where I was? Oh yeah, so jumps. We need a way how to jump from one thing to another. So x right now will be past x, x from history plus 1. So these are steps. Some people will say, well, why 1? Because we must grab every of these, and if you put 2 here or 3, basically that means that you will skip things. Okay, that will be like jumps, and so don't do that when you want to extract everything. Right, where I was? Yeah, operation will be like just printing. So language at the moment. And now some people will say, well, cool, I will just type here, x, and that's it. Well, let's see what's gonna happen. And of course, after that, we need to put break. Okay, and result is, well, you have just, empty report pretty much. Where are the actual values? So what you're doing here is you're printing those numbers, basically positions here, because you're starting from 0. See, you're starting from 0, but you don't have values. So to extract values, you just need to type from where you are extracting them, languages, and then extract them by positions. Okay, because this x from that 5 we're talking about positions. The range is just the number of indexes here from 0 to the end. So yeah, X here, and now you will have your results. There you go, thing works. And also you can put, that X here and comma or some weird symbol or something like that, who cares. And there you go. Nice. Now let's do this using for each. Okay, so we will just put this into multi-line comment section, and for each, the first thing we need to state is from where, and that is languages. Now, as for example, I don't know, lang, unique lang, and now we will just do operation. Yeah, so echo and language at the moment, and what is that language? Just lang. Okay, now please note, when we are doing this through for each, counting will be done automatically. Okay, so there is a big difference between for each and the for. See, you need to do everything manually here, down there, and then here you just need to state what is your originator and what kind of abstract variable you're gonna use for that individual things. And now here, down there, you need to do that for every one of them. Okay, so languages as lang is basically substitution for this mess right here. Okay, but it's done automatically. Oh, so yeah, I actually need to test it, is it correct or not. And grammatical error L, and of course I forget BR, and let me see what's up. There you go, thing works. So let's activate both of those. That's also cool, and we can have some echo here for horizontal line, and there you go. Cool stuff, bro. So that's it. Thank you for watching, and as always, see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. In this tutorial we learn about associative arrays, and that basically means that our elements will be composed of left side and the right side. Left side will be key, right side will be value. So let me just show that in a practical example here. So let's say we have some kind of store or database, fruits, and that will be array. And on the left side we will have apples. And now we need to use this symbol to distinguish between sides. Let's say 5 kilos, and we will separate elements with a normal comma. That's, normal stuff. Oranges, we will have them like 12 kilos, and grapes, they will have them like 25. I don't know, who cares, this is just example. So here is situation. How to extract those individual things? Can we use positions or something else? Well, let's use keys to extract values. We'll use left side to extract right side. So how to do that? Echo, and let's say amount of apples, and then concatenate that with this fruits. Now the reason why fruits, well, you must have some way to first say from where you're grabbing things and then what you're grabbing based on key, right? So your source code cannot write itself. Yeah, variables. So we will use key here, and let's add here break. And I think that I am cool. So let me see what I got. Yeah, amount of apples 5, and we are in index.php file if you're wondering. Right, so next thing, same stuff for any other element. Amount of oranges, same approach, originator or target, and we will not use positions, we will use actual strings, oranges, and of course I'm gonna use break, and I always forget that to do. and result will be this. So some people will say, well, is there any way to do this easier? Well, yeah, but let's talk about first, can we use count function on this to grab how many of those elements we have? Well, yeah, we can say echo count, and what is our target? Fruits, and then we will have our result. There you go, 3. And some people will say, well, can I use quotes here? Well, sure, but check this out. What's gonna happen? So we will have error. Now that basically means that over time you will get how and when to use quotes and when to escape them. The best option here is to separate things. Like first you will define variable like length of fruits, something like that, and then you will put result of counting there. So count fruits, and then use echo with that. Okay, len of fruits. Yeah, so that's it. So we will get 3 as a result, but indirectly. And it's always nice to have some kind of custom report here, like number of elements. And don't forget comma, or sorry, dot, because you are concatenating things. So yeah, that works. Right, so you know that. Here is a question: how to construct for each loop to get those things? Because normally you will say for each, and then you will say what's the target fruits, and then you will say as what now? So there is no one element here with one thing in it, so you cannot just say, you know, x. You must say left side and the right side. So how to do that? Well, you can use x, but you can also use, I mean, you must use this symbol then and epsilon, because see, this is a generic form of this right here. Now, yeah, you can use any other thing like key and value. And I'd advise you to do that, because especially if you're a beginner, that's more clearer. And if you use xy, that means, you know, you can confuse yourself and you can be scared because you will think that's some kind of mathematical stuff and so on. So yeah, use something that is simple and it will work. Right, and don't forget as in the middle. And after that we will just print those things like echo in database we have. And now you don't need to extract these things like here. You can just say key and comma, amount, and just value. Okay, and that will work. And yeah, I need again to add here break. Okay, save and refresh. And what the hell, just a second. Key, okay, just a second. Oh yeah, line 15, so I didn't put quote here. Well, this is classical PHP stuff, I hate that. Yeah, so refresh and there you go, thing works. So yeah, you can put, you know, echo here with HR and the thing will work. So this is an easier way. This is basically hard coding. Maybe you want to do this if you have a couple of things and you exactly know what you're doing, like your project documentation is telling you to do that. But most of the time when you are pulling things from databases, when you are doing some kind of reports, dynamic ones, you'll just use this structure here. So normally when you have like normal list with one element, then you just say fruits as x, but now we are talking about, you know, left side and the right side, so you must state that right here. You can use a, b, key, value, xy, and whatever you like. But just remember, whatever you are using here, you must use it there. So yeah, that's it. In Python, this is called dictionary, and in Perl, it's called hash, I think. I did the Perl like 6 or 7 years ago, and man, I forget a lot of it. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up as always and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about sorting arrays and associative arrays. So sort will be for ascending, okay, and rsort will be for descending. So you probably know this from MySQL, or if you have done, you probably are done something in Excel. Remember, ascending and descending, like from 0 to 10 and from 10 to 0, something like that. So this is for normal arrays, and then we have additional 4 functions for associative arrays. Yeah, I know it's too much to remember, but it's just to know that it's just nice to know that you can use it if you need it, but rarely you will do this because you will probably do sorting on a level of database, right? But still we need to know these things, you know, at least like generally. So fruits and array, bananas and oranges and apples, and what else? Grapes, uppercase G, I always forget that. So now we need to have a way to extract those things, and we will use for each. So for each from fruits as well x, and we will just print that thing. That's pretty much simplest possible operation. Element x and break, and that's pretty much it. So let me see what's up. Let me see what I'm doing here. Fruities, yeah, fruits, and now the thing will work, right? But we also need to have 2 of those because we will have operation, we will have situation before sorting and after sorting. So we need that vertical distinguish thing, like echo and br and then ahr and br, and that's pretty much it. So let me see what else we need to have. Oh yeah, here we need to have before, situation before and situation after. So let's copy paste that down there. And I think we are cool now, so let me see. So here's the thing. See this? This is our manual ordering from here, so it's totally on us. And now when we use sort, let's say here, then of course this will remain same and this will be changed. Order of it will be changed. So what is the target here? Fruits, and that's it. Okay, you don't need to put this thing into any kind of variable. This is just a function that will do changes on a spot. So refresh, and there you go. So see, A, B, and so on and so on. So this is for ascending order, okay, and descending order are sort. So the situation right now is opposite, totally opposite. So that was for normal array. Let's mess around with associative arrays, like 5 and 2 and I don't know, let's say 56, and grapes, how many of that? Like 25. That's really not important, we are just doing stuff manually. And same example here for each, but we are working with associative arrays. So as key and let's say v, and we will just print those things like echo key and k, comma, values and v, and yeah, break br. So we also need, let me check that first. So that works, and we need that break br hr, and then we'll use this thing down there. So what are the functions? Well, this is weird. There is 4 of them. Let me see. A sort and key sort. That will be for ascending order, okay, ascending, and descending will be AR sort and KR sort. So how to remember these things? Well, here you have smaller amount of letters than here, and also in ASC you have smaller amount of letters than in DSC. Okay, so maybe that's an analogy, you can use it, but don't torture yourself with this, because if you need it, if you really need it, you're gonna find that on internet as examples and so on. So don't torture yourself. Right, so this A sort is for ascending sort by value, and this K means ascending sort by key, and same analogy down there. So let me just type that. Right, so where I was, A sort, target is fruits, okay, and now this, yeah, so let's refresh. So there you go. See, so we are doing stuff based on value, and value here is right side. So when you are ascending things based on value, you are going from a smaller number to bigger number, okay? And now we want to do opposite stuff, and now we can use AR sort, okay? So AR sort, also fruits, but then we need to put this function out of service, and now we will get opposite thing for values, okay? So here will be 56 and down there will be 2, because when you have A here, we are working with values, with right side. See? Okay, ascending sort by key, so left side. So we will just type K sort, okay, and now down there in the left side in keys, thing will be done alphabetically, like A, B, and so on and so on. So let me check that. Right, so that works. So now you're not paying attention to numbers. Who cares about numbers when we are sorting about keys? Keys are important, left sides, and they are sorted by ascending order, okay? So descending order, so O will be at the top, L and A will be totally down. So you just say KR, okay? And now again, we are not caring about values, we are dealing with keys, right? Yeah, I do know that it's goddamn confusing, but it's PHP, you know. In PHP a lot of stuff are like, damn it. So refresh, and there you go. Now please note, don't torture yourself with this example, don't try to memorize these things, don't even write this into some kind of textbook or something. You have these examples all over the place on internet. Reason why I have this tutorial is I just want you to know that if you need sorts, you can do that in your code, but most of the time you will do that already on level of database. So yeah, don't torture yourself. Thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about while loops. Okay, so here's the thing. See this for loop here? There is a reason because it's there. I want you to see how these things are similar in basic output, okay, in a result. See, in a for loop we have lower level and upper level and algorithm, how to jump from one thing to another, and then we have operation, okay. So similar thing here. So how to even start with while loop? Well, here we have x inside of brackets, and when you're doing a while loop, you will have it outside. So some variable will be 0 outside of loop, and then down there you will say while. And now what's the case? We need to use this, okay, inside here. So this is like defining lower and upper boundaries in a different way. Okay, so here we have that into brackets, but here these things are split like in two parts. Now let's go to actual operation, and operation will be, well, same thing. Let's just print stuff, and that will be of course inside of curly brackets because that's operation. And see this, we have this jump inside of normal brackets, but when we are dealing with while loops, that will actually be done as a part of operation. Okay, so that will be inside of curly brackets. So x in a moment will be x from past plus 1. Okay, and here we will get totally same result. So let's actually run it, run both of these, and we will have down there echo and one horizontal line, because I want you to see that the result is same. Right, so from 0 to 9 and refresh, and same thing here. So while loop is something that will help you to achieve similar results as a for loop. Now there are differences, and you will run into practical examples when one thing is better than another, but you know, you need to have a little bit of practice to do that. And the weird thing here is there is a version of while loop, and the name of it is do while. Let me explain. So I will put this, well, let's put this in a comment section. So we are not using for loop at all here. Okay, and let's go with do while. So same thing here with do while. We need to define x outside of it. Okay, and then down there we will say do, and we will immediately go to actual operation with curly brackets. So every time when we are thinking about operation that needs to be done, we are talking about curly brackets, okay, or parentheses, whatever the term is. So as I said, this is the place where we will deal with operations, and operation is just printing stuff. So let me copy paste that up here. And what will be the way how to jump from one thing to another? Well, same thing, x equals x plus 1. Okay, but the funny thing is that while loop will be outside of that, but it will be totally down. While, and then we will use this down there. So x must be less than 10, and we need to close it basically. So now we will get same results. Let me do separation here and HR, and again we will have same results here. So let me see. Oh yeah, so yeah, we have same results. Now some people will be confused, and I mean confused a lot. Forget about this thing here, okay? The most of the programmers will use this because it's easier to understand. It is close to this in some way. And maybe if your brain works differently, maybe you will like this more. But most of the people I know, they just use while loop and they forget about do while thing, okay? So don't torture yourself. It is just important to know that you can use it if you need it, okay? So let's go with the normal while loop again. Outside of it we will define lower boundary. Inside of brackets we will define upper boundary. And then we will have operation, and then how we will jump from one thing to another, okay? But this thing will be inside of these curly brackets, and the thing with for loop is that we have this thing inside of normal brackets, okay? So just don't torture yourself with this. You will use it when you need it, and when you need it you will get that over time, okay? So just don't feel stressful, okay? Look, if this is your first programming language, I do know that this can look a little bit weird, especially when you have that do while thing, but that's the case, and you will use either one of those, you know, interchangeably in your practice. Sometimes, you know, you will be pleased more with this, sometimes with that. It depends. Now This thing is very good where you have some kind of range, and this thing is, for example, good when you're grabbing user input. Especially, let's say, when I use Python, I like to use while loop to get things from keyboard over and over again. But you know, that's a Python, and this is PHP. PHP is more for web development, and Python is more for, you know, general purpose stuff, like, yeah. So you can practice this a bit, and that's pretty much it for this tutorial. And as always, thank you for watching, and see you next one. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about functions. Now, what are functions? What's the purpose of it? Well, here's the thing. Let's say you have a company, and in that company you have some workers, and those workers will do only one specific job and nothing else. So that's pretty much what functions are. They will do a specific job and that's it. So when you're creating functions, that's like you're hiring specific worker with specific skills. Okay, so how to do that? You'll say function and then name of that function that need to describe the purpose of it, like a print 3 times. And after that, we will use normal brackets. Why? Because there are two types of functions. Normal ones or simple ones, and they will do hard-coded operations. Okay, and another type is you can pass things to functions, so those functions will do things inside of those brackets. Like if you here type some domain, then that means that this function can do ping of that domain, or it can grab DNS records, or who is data, and so on. So yeah, arguments basically. After that, we need to say what operations we are doing here. So because our function is print 3 times something, let's do that. So dude, where's my car, right? And 3 times. Okay, and yeah, I always forget that br, damn it. So let me just copy this down there, Control C, and so on and so on. So now when we refresh our page, we will get nothing. Even in the source code, there will be absolutely 0. So why is that so? Well, first of all, this is PHP, so you will not see source code of PHP, and functions here are part of PHP. The thing is, if you have a function that means nothing, you need to use it, you need to call it. And how to do that? Well, you will just say what is the name of function, like print 3 times, and then don't forget brackets, and then semicolon, and now you will have results. See? So when you open page source, you will see just HTML, and that's it. So PHP is hidden. Some people will say, well, cool, that means that I can call one function so many times. Well, yeah, let's do that. It's totally up to you. See? Cool stuff, time savior. But other people will say, well, this is stupid. Why I need to call it always and so on and so on? Can I create function that will call functions? Well, yeah, so let's actually do that. Function like call other functions. So that will be the purpose of it. And in operation, we will just state what functions we are going to call. And because we have only one here defined, print 3 times, don't forget brackets, and yeah, so let's use it like 4 times. So basically that means that we will have 12 lines in the results. Okay, refresh, nothing, yeah, because I didn't call it. So I'm not calling a function that are calling functions. So call other functions, brackets, semicolon, and now we will have our results. See? Cool stuff. So this is basically not just that it will get a specific job done, but it will also save you a lot of time. So let me see what else we can do here. Let me think. So let's do something useful. We will create a function that will do ping of Google, and only Google, or maybe even another websites automatically, one after another. So function custom pinger, and for now nothing in arguments, and system brackets, what are we pinging? Ping Google, and don't forget semicolon, but we also need here echo pre, because we need to have a nicer report. Okay, so let me copy paste that down there, and now I think that we will have a result, but of course we need to call our custom pinger. Okay, and that's it, you know, that's very it. 1 2 3 go go go. There you go, we have our results. So how many of these websites we can ping, it's totally up to you. So let's just say that we wanna ping Yahoo too, but let's have some kind of vertical separator here. BR, like HR, and then BR, and then down there we will call system, and target will be Yahoo. So ping Yahoo, and yeah, I think that's it. So let me check. Yeah, that's it. Save and refresh, and now we will have 2 results. So every time when you want to ping 2 of those, you can just call this function, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Yahoo, Google, so we have our results. Okay, so let me see what to do in next tutorial. We can learn how to work with arguments. Yeah, so with one argument and multiple arguments. So that will be task in the next tutorial. And as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription. See you there. Hello YouTube, let's learn how to pass arguments to function. Now, there is a lot of code here, so I will just delete it and start with a simple example. Now, task here will be to ping only one address by using arguments. In the last tutorial, we have hard-coded things, but here we will grab things dynamically. Okay, so function name will be like one ping, and we are pinging just one target. Okay, and after that we will have actual operation, system, and then here we need to concatenate actual operation, actual application that will do pinging with dynamic thing that we are grabbing from here, that we are passing here. So we will do that with dot, and let's concatenate that with actual target. Okay, so this thing will be passed to function as a string. Don't worry, we will just do that in a couple of seconds. And the reason why there is a space here, well, there must be space between a DOS or Linux command and actual parameters. Okay, so in a terminal kind of language, this is just perimeter, but for function that's like argument. So that's like programmers terminology. So let me see what else we need to have here. Echo pre-tag, and we need to close it down there. Well, yep, and I think that we are cool. So let me just test that, and I need to get blank screen. Okay, so that's cool. So let's call this function one ping, and now here we are not holding, we are defining that target dynamically, like Google, and that's it. Okay, so this thing will be now passed through this, like a general variable, to this operation. So this is like intermediary, like a third hand or something. Well, it's a weird term, third hand. It looks, you know, scary, but yeah. So we'll refresh, and I expect the results here. Yeah. So some people will say, well, big deal. Well, here's the thing, you can use one function on multiple domains, like 5 of them. Some people will say, well, cool, I can do that manually. Well, what if you have 100 addresses, or 1000 that you need to check, so do you want to do that manually, or you will write some kind of script, so that's the whole point, because you can do this. Okay, so no problem, you can check many domains, and probably they will not block my IP, well, at least my ISP, Bing. And yeah, so all these three functions will be activated one after another. So that's like a time saver. So let me see, let me wait for results. And those things will be pretty much vertically packed here because I didn't use HR, but yeah, you get the point. It's just something that will save you a lot of time. This is small function, but still it will get the job done. So where I was, yeah, let's use actual form here to pass thing to this function. So what I'm going to do is I will just use it, I will copy paste it to grab things, okay? And now we have a function, but we need to grab things from form. So here we need to define that target, and let's actually do that. So label for field will be target, and I always forget that T uppercase. So target, and that's pretty much it. So let me check our form first. Okay, that's cool. And yeah, let me see what we need to do here. So first we need to grab that thing. So let's do that. Target equals dollar underscore post, and we are grabbing that target. Target. Okay. Now some people are maybe confused here because we are using too many same things. So let's actually change that. Let's say get target from form, or just get target, and then we are going to pass this in a function. So yeah, get target, and then we will use that thing down there, get target. Okay, and now this is just, you know, structure of function, but we actually need to use it. So one ping, and yep, get target, and now the thing will work automatically. So yep, let me refresh this. Okay, and let's say Google, and let's expect some results. Hopefully, so yeah, so that works. Let's go one level back, refresh, let's type, yeah, Yahoo. Let me check that. So that works, and one more check for, let me see, I don't know, there is so many websites. My memory is bad every day, especially if it's 2 in the morning. So yeah, that works dynamically. So this is the thing, we are from form grabbing one field, we are passing that element to here, okay, and then we are using that thing down there. Okay, so when we grab it, we're gonna do something with that, but this is just function definition, structure of operations, and then down there we are actually using that thing. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So thank you for watching. As always, you can practice this. For example, you can expand this function to get couple of IPs here, or domains. So basically you will use multi arguments, but let's actually do that, like get target and then second target. Okay, so we need to grab it from form, second target equals where is dollar post, and we are grabbing second, let's say, and now that means that we need to change our form to get two things, second and second. Let me check if everything is fine. Okay, so second target, and that's pretty much it. So let me check my form, refresh. Okay, and then down there we will just call that function with two arguments, so get target and second target. Okay, but we also need to change our function structure. So let's just copy paste that down there. Oops. And we'll change this to second target. And now the thing will work. Let me refresh that thing. Google will be first, and let's say Bing will be second one. So in a split of a second we will have results here. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, so Google, okay, Bing, okay. And now you can expand this, not expand, but extend. Yeah, I'm bubbling, I definitely need to go to sleep. You can expand this to many other arguments, and you can do different kind of operations and so on and so on. So I'm just using here ping because it's very simple, you know, command to describe grabbing arguments. So yeah, you can use whatever you like. And you will use this thing all the time. You will use functions and grabbing things from form and calling those functions and so on and so on. So yeah, see you tomorrow. I definitely need to go to sleep because my tongue is starting to, you know, doing things on his own. Anyway, I'm babbling. See you tomorrow. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to work with default arguments. Why do we need them? Well, here's the situation. What's gonna happen if you forget to type some target here? So save and refresh and we will run into error. And PHP is very good explaining where you need to search for error. For example, we have one error, only one, where in one ping function, and that's already enough to get corrections. And error is on line 9, so there you go, that's precise. And original thing, the function we are using is on line 3, so there you go. PHP is very accurate, well, at least in this case. So yeah, default arguments, what are they? Well, they need to be activated where you forget to define something there. So how to state a default argument, like a backup alternative basically, it's easy. You just say equal, and here you will state, well, Google as a backup location, like a backup target. So now when we refresh our things, the thing will work. Okay, see, there you go. Now, can this thing work when you are immediately calling a couple of these things? Well, sure. You can call one function without arguments and another function with arguments, like Yahoo. So that's totally cool, that will work. So these functions will not overlap each other. We'll have results for both of those targets. Okay, so this here is the result of this function, and Yahoo, well, of course, down there. Right, so here's the question. How many of these default arguments you can have? Well, it's totally up to you. It's a custom thing. So let's say that we're going to get second target, which will be Bing, for example. Okay, and now that means that when you forget to enter things, both of these functions will be activated, but sorry, both of these arguments will be activated, but of course we must use some operation down there. I forget to do that. And now we will have results for Google and for Bing. Okay, just a second. My ISP will probably block me, man. Yeah, so Google and Google down there. Why is that so? Oh, sorry, I didn't change this to second argument. So that was extremely dumb. Refresh and the thing will work. So you will see here Google and down there Bing. Why? Because that's the order of arguments. Okay, first Google and then Bing. And now let's use custom stuff here, like Facebook. And what else? Yahoo. And now Facebook and Yahoo will be activated, and this will like be in a background. This will not be activated because we have them down there. So these are backup alternatives, failovers, something like that. Failover operations. I think it's correct term in English. Correct me on that one. Let me see what's gonna happen. Okay, Facebook, first one, Yahoo, second one, and that works. So some people will say, well, what's gonna happen if you forget one thing here? Well, let me see. Okay, so we have one custom and then that means that another argument must be activated from here. Why it must be activated? Because we constructed our function in such a way that it will always ask for two arguments. So if you have one custom, another one will be substituted from above. Okay, so this thing will be for that thing, and so on and so on. So let me refresh, and we'll just get results for Facebook and for Bing. Okay, Facebook because it was custom target, and Bing because that was like in a background second, not opinion but target, yeah, alternative basically. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Now some people will say, well, what if I want to state this as a first argument? Can I say, for example, second equals Facebook, and that's it? So will this thing then be like virtually pulled down there if I kind of hard code things here? Well, let me see, we will get into some kind of error. Okay, so let's see what's up. And see, we have a problem here. So just don't use this approach. Okay, it's a stupid. This thing will not be substituted basically. So we basically tried to override this thing, and we hoped that this thing will be like passed down there, but that's not the case. See, in the results there is no Google, there is just Bing and original custom target. So you cannot just do this. It's stupid. What's the point? You know, if you're going to do this like that, then probably the best option is just to create another function, you know, functions that will call other functions and something like that based on some criteria, you know, through if, else, if, and while, and I don't know, something like that. So bottom line, don't play around too much, keep your life simple, and if you need to do this kind of weird combinations, then at least separate your code in different functions and something like that. Well, obviously I don't know what you're trying to achieve, but yeah. So, well, yeah, that's pretty much it, and as always, thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about returns from functions. That means that some function will get the job done, and then it will pass that result to the rest of the system. So other functions can grab it, or some hard-coded code can grab it. So let me just type here function addition. Okay, and we'll just add here two numbers, and x and y. Yeah, and down there you will not say echo x plus y. No, you must put this into some results. Okay, like result equals x plus y. And now when we have our algorithm, our operation, now we need to fire this thing outside in external world, so other things can use it. Okay, other people, other functions, and so on and so on. How? You will type the return result. So immediately when you have done this, that means that this thing is available for the rest of the script. Okay, so that's like a, imagine that this is some kind of mortar or something, and you're firing this thing all around your script. Okay. Right, sorry. So how to use this thing? Well, normal stuff. You will say addition, and let's say 5 and 6. And now, because we don't have echo here or print established, we need to do that outside of this function, because that's the point, to use this result for some operations like echoing, printing, and so on. So echo result of this stuff. Let me see. There you go. 11 is our results. So how many times you can use this approach? Well, it's totally up to you. Let's say 3 and 6 and 1 and 7. It's really not important. You can use it a million times. And of course I didn't use break here, so classical stuff. And yeah, so this thing will work. Okay. So some people will say, well, why we don't just say echo in a function? Well, if you do that, that will be stupid, because whole purpose of this function is to provide you something so you can work on that more. You will not hard code echoing here. There is no purpose, okay? That's a normal way when you don't have returns, but when you need returns, you need only that. And then in the rest of the code, maybe you will print it or you will do something else with it. Okay, so don't hard code HTML here, just return stuff and then do something with that later. Okay, so that's pretty much well, the point here, right? So we can also use function that will call function. So let's do that, like function and call addition, let's say, and then we will down there use this returns. Well, how to explain this? We will print these things, but through other function. Just chill. Let me see what I'm gonna type. Echo, and then you will call this function with some data. But of course, we must state with what we are working with. So either you can use XY down there, but better option will be to use something like A and B. So you just need to be consistent between this and that and between this and that. Okay, so A and B. Okay, so basically you are using this thing to grab results from this thing. So when you get that returns, then you are going to print it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's call our function down there, call addition, and let's say 5 and 10, and now we will have 15 here. Why do we have immediately 15? Because see, with echo we are printing results of this. Okay, so I think that's well, you probably do understand this, because if you don't, just chill, okay, and practice with smaller examples. When you get this, how to use it, then go to functions that will use functions, that will use functions, and blah blah and so on. So that's pretty much it. So bottom line, with this you are passing that thing that can be anything, any kind of results, to the rest of the script, so you can use it a little bit later. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. Thank you for watching, for subscription and support, and see you next one. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about constants. So remember when we were talking about default arguments on a functions? Well, constants are like pretty much similar to that, but they are used on a level of whole program. So let me explain. How to create them? Well, you'll say define, and inside of brackets you will have left side and the right side. So left side will be basically shortcut to right side. Let me explain. Let's say that system, the name of our system will be like SAP version 0.5, like switching access point or something like that. Don't forget to use semicolon. Okay. After that we will have, for example, legal notice. So define, when someone is accessing our system, we need to send terms of service to that person, something like that. So legal, okay, and the message to user will be please read terms of service, and next line define notice, legal notice, like, let me see, you will be kicked after 3 failed logins, something like that. So this can be used as a, well, as a configuration for game or something like that. You know, it depends what you're doing, but basically these things are constant. Once when you define them up here and at the top of the program, you can use them down there as many times you need. Okay, and now you can also define here special symbols or tags even. So HR, and then we will just use here HTML HR. Why? Because down there we are like creating a header for our like modem interface or system interface or something. Now when I refresh my page, nothing will happen because we have these things but we are not using it. Okay, so how to use it? You just say echo and then system. Okay, so the moment when you type this, okay, then in execution this will be printed. So this is like a shortcut to more content, okay, on a level of whole script. So refresh and there you go. Okay, so after that we can use many times any of those. So let's just do that, like echo and then HR. See, so the color of these things is different than the rest of the code, and you don't need to use double quotes here because it's already done on a level of definition. See, left side is under the quotes and right side actual string is under the quotes. And after that, let's say echo and legal, and you get the point at this point probably. And HR again, and then what else we can type? Notice, and then HR again, and what else we have? Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. So let me simplify this thing a bit and save and refresh, and there you go. So basically you are saving yourself a little bit of time with these pre-definitions. Okay, so some people will say, well, can we use this into some kind of functions, because maybe it's a smarter idea to use function to group these things, and you can use that function many times. Well, let's try that. Like function message, and then operation will be just that thing down there. So let me fix this code, maybe like this. Yeah, something like that, who cares. And don't forget to close your function. And now down there we'll just call our function message, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So now you will get same results here. Okay, and you can call it as many times you like down there into this script and so on. Oops, oh yeah, I didn't use semicolon, right? So common error, and there you go. Thing works. So as I said, you can use it as configurational files, as an introduction to your old school, old type terminal applications, and so on. Pretty much cool stuff. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. This is a short tutorial. You now know how to define constants, and as always, thank you for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to create really simple website, but that thing will still have dynamic navigation in a separate external file and even footer. So let's actually do that. We need to define, delete this, but we will also delete opening and closing of PHP file. And some people will say why? Because majority of things here on a home page will be pure HTML, and we will use just one line of PHP code to grab external files. Okay, so the thing will work. Okay, so here's the thing, HTML, and Atom offers me really simple structure of HTML page. Now actual head section is really not important in this case. We care about body section. So let's put something there just to have something on a screen, like H1 main heading on home page, something like that, who cares. And then down there a couple of P's, like main content, couple of them, 3 or 4 will be enough to have something on a screen. So refresh, and there you go. So as I said, HTML is majority of things on index page. So let's go and create navigation. File, new file, and let's immediately save it as navigation.php. Okay, and now let's create navigation. So we will use couple of li's here. Okay, li, and well, yeah, we need to close it, and that will be links. href equals some link. Which one is really not important, this is just a general structure, so we need to close it here, and let's use it also down there. We will have 4 links basically. So this will be for home page, this will be for products, this down there about section, and contact. Okay, so this thing will work. Check this out, navigation.php. Okay, so this thing will work. This is pure HTML, so no problem. The same things as here, but because it's PHP file and it is dedicated to navigation, we can also use, oops, what I did. We can also use this approach. We can say PHP, and we can close our file. Just in any case, okay, we can close it, and here we can use echo with single quotes. Remember that, single quotes, not double quotes, to print actual navigation in any case, and this thing will also work. See, same results. So some people will say, well, what's the difference between single and double quotes? Well, how to explain this? Let me think. You can't mix these things, because if you do, you will run into error. Check this out. Double quotes here and double quotes there and double quotes everywhere inside, and that will confuse PHP. See, error. So if you have a lot of single quotes here, outside you can use double quotes, or when you have a lot of double quotes here, outside use single quotes. And that means that PHP will be able to distinguish between them. There is a lot of story behind it, but for now just it's important to know that basics. So let me refresh, and there you go, thing works. So let's go to index page, and let's include this file here at the top. Okay, command is include, and then, well, sorry, I need to open basically PHP file here with a normal approach, and now we'll say include. And what are we including? We are including navigation.php, so navigation.php, and don't forget the close command, because this is a PHP command. See, end of PHP file, start of PHP file. So this is PHP file inside of HTML file, which is rendered as PHP file. Yeah, it is maybe complicated, but that's how our server is constructed, how it's set up. There are, you know, websites out there, web hosting companies, and they will not distinguish between HTML and PHP files. No matter what you type, still websites will be able to normally render those pages, and they will protect your PHP code basically. But that's about web hosting companies and their configurations. Okay, so where I was, yeah, let's refresh page, and now here we will have navigation. See, cool stuff. Now, why is this important? Well, it's important to export these common things, because then you can easily change them on one thing. Oh, sorry, in one spot. Same thing with the CSS files. You will change them in one place, and everywhere you will have those changes applied. So let's actually do that. I'm using here li's, but I'm gonna delete that, and only thing I'm going to use here is just this middle line, because see, this is vertical navigation and we want to have horizontal, like old school navigation. So middle line, and down there well, we don't need it right here, so these three are enough. So refresh, and there you go, thing works. So maybe it's even nicer, I don't know, it's totally about you. So how many of these files you can include? Are you limited? Well, no, you're not limited. So you can include it in the middle and totally at the bottom, close to closing body tags. Why? Because here you will probably use some kind of PHP or JavaScript thing that will track users, like analytical scripts and so on. So now when I refresh, I will have 3 of these included, okay, here somewhere and at the end. See, that thing works, but it's ugly, so let's just delete it. Okay, now there is another command here. We use include, and that's like optional. So if file doesn't exist, PHP will not create problems. But the moment when you say require here, not include but require, if there is no file in a system, PHP will create problems. So let's actually do that for footer down there. So PHP and require, how to type this? Sorry, I always forget that. Yeah, require. Okay, and then same thing, like file will be footer.php, but that file doesn't exist. Okay, it doesn't exist. So because PHP require it, it will make complaints. Check this out. See, warning, require and target doesn't exist, failed to open stream. That means basically there is no file. Fatal error, failed opening that file. So that means we need to create it. So let's do that. File and new file. Let's immediately save it as footer .php, and let's put some kind of content here. So PHP, and then oops, what I did wrong here, just a second, and we'll just echo here I don't know, copyright stuff and additional navigation and so on. So who cares, but that thing will work anyway. And now when I click refresh, you'll have that result here normally. There you go. So you have both of navigation and footer. But please note, include is forgiving. Require doesn't forgive. It will always complain. So it's up to you what you're gonna use. A lot of people use include, you know, because it's kind of safer. But I don't know if this is a good approach. In any case, because you wanna set your website to work correctly. You don't wanna rely on PHP that it will you know, throw away something if it's not there and not complain. So yeah, you can use both of these, but just do your basics correctly and everything will be fine. So let me see what else we can add here. Well, pretty much that's it. So can you have things from navigation down there? Well, sure. You can either include navigation up here, like new include, or you can just copy paste things from navigation to footer, let's say up here, and the thing will also work. But you will basically double here operations, so it depends what you want to do. So let me remove that. As I said, it will work, but it's up to you. So yeah, one more check, and there you go. So that's it. Now you know include and require and navigation and footer and so on and so on. So you're pretty much ready to create your own first PHP generated website with CSS, of course, if you like it. Okay, thank you for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. In this tutorial we will learn how to read textual external files basically. So because we have these examples here, we will not touch it because everything works. Maybe we're gonna use it a little bit later. So let's create a new file and let's immediately save it as read file or something else. It's totally up to you. PHP. Okay, so let's open it and let's close it for now. PHP. Why? Because we are going to define target here. What file we are going to read. So let's actually create one file, save as, and let's say that will be named source.txt, okay, textual files, and let's populate it with first line, second line, and third line, and that's pretty much enough. So now with this thing we are reading this thing. This is PHP file with operations, and this is just target, okay. So let's go. When we are reading things, we must put results of operations somewhere, and let's say that will be result, okay, or lines or something like that. And after that, let's use actual function. Function is fopen, meaning file open, okay. After that, you need to say two things, two arguments. What is the target? And in our case, that's source txt, that's the one thing, one argument. Another argument is you need to say that you really want to just read it, okay. So R stands for reading things, okay, because later you will learn how to do appending to file and writing to file. So approach is very similar, so we need to say what we want to do here, okay. So let's go to next operation. Now when we have those results, we need to do something with them. I mean with this file that is in memory of our PC right now. And we will use echo here, and we will say fread. So basically we are reading those things from memory, okay. So target is result, and after that we need to say how much of those of that file we want to read. And in this case we want to grab everything, absolutely every line, no matter how many lines we have in a file. How we are going to do that? Using next thing, file size, okay. So that's a function from PHP basically. I don't invent these things, so this is in PHP. This thing and this thing and this thing and this thing, that's from PHP, okay. Now my job was just to say what I want to do and what will be like result of this operation, and that can be anything. You can use any kind of name here for operation, right? So file size, and then file size of what? Source.txt, okay. And after we are done with the opening file for reading and actual reading, it is very nice, very useful to close that operation. Fclose. So we are going to close this file by stating fclose and result, okay. And now let's go to our file, read file.php, and there you go, we have everything, but everything on one line. Now the thing is that in original file we have, you know, individual lines, and here we have everything packed together. Why? Because this function here, fread, will grab everything, because it doesn't care about, you know, new lines. It will be used when you want to do something with a bunch of stuff, when you want to do search and replace, when you want to remove large portions, and when you want to do some kind of searching, regular expression thing, and so on and so on. So this will grab everything, and it doesn't care about order, okay. It doesn't care. It's up to you to do something with that. So some people will say, well, what if I want to read line by line? Well, we will use another function. Let me comment this. Where is my hash? Yeah, here. Now that function is fgets. So fgets will get only one line from result. So every time when you call it, you will get only one line. So echo fgets result, and now you will see first line here, just that, okay. So some people say, well, I want to do more things. Well, okay, you need to use this function couple of times, okay. Refresh, and there you go. Now I have everything on the one line because I was stupid. I didn't pay attention that this is PHP and not Python, so I need to concatenate that with BR, because this is not compiled program. This is not Python shell, Python program. This is website PHP page. Okay, so we need to mess around with BRs. This is how we get result on the screen. Okay, so let's call this a couple of times, and we'll have our lines individually. Okay, see? So some people will say, well, this is extremely stupid. Why do we need to like use this thing a lot of times? That's so, tiring. Well, we have while loops and we have for loops. So we can use for loops to run this couple of times. So let's do that, like for, and then let's say the first thing is x. Okay, we need to start from somewhere, and upper thing is like 3 lines. We know that we have 3 lines, so we're just grabbing that constant kinda, and x equals x plus 1, because we don't want to skip any line here. And after that we will say echo, and then f gets, and that's it. So we don't need to say anything else. Well, of course we need to define target, which is result, and that's it. Okay, we will not use x's down there because they are just used for counting. Okay, for counting. Let me combine that with br. I always forget that. Yeah, because I like to work in a Python, and in Python you don't mess around with too much of HTML. In Django, yeah, but in Python general, So here result will be totally same. So if you change this to 2, for example, then 1 line will be skipped basically. See? First line, second line, but there is no third line. And we can use some other number here, and result will be, well, pretty much this, because we're basically having that upper range higher. I don't know how to even explain this, but this tends to be stupid because it's long. So let's try with while loop. So let's say x equals 0, because we need to start from somewhere. So while x is less than 4, let's say, because we have 3 pieces of source of lines, we know that on top of our minds, we will do echo, and then f gets, and the target is results, and concatenation, br, and yeah, we also need to state how to pass from one x to another. So x equals x plus 1, and don't forget the close command, and now we will pretty much get the same result here. Let me see. Oh yeah, 1 letter can totally mess your program. So see, I'm using S here, and here we don't have S. See, same result. Okay, some people will say, can we do this automatically? Why do we need to open file and then check manually number of lines and then print them? Why? Well, there is a solution, and we are going to check for end of file basically. How? Well, first we will not use this, we will not use upper level, and we will not use this operation, but we will use function which will check end of any file. Okay, so how to do that? You will say that and f_of. So basically you're checking, did we reach end of file? And if we do reach end of file, then stop with operations. Okay, so we also need to state what is our target here, and this is our target. So this stands for did we reach end of file? If we did reach end of file, stop with printing things. So yeah, let's type here result, and that's pretty much it. So refresh, and absolutely same result, but now you don't need to care basically. So that's a time saver. So another thing I want to talk about here is what will happen if there is no such a file. Okay, so what will then happen? Well, we must say that, or die here, and die with what message? So basically this thing will die. It will not operate anymore. If there is not that file, then everything will be stopped. Further things will not be executed. So, or die, and now message, let's say that down there, message will be unable to found. Unable to find that file. Okay. So let's test that on some file that really doesn't exist, like this one, and now we will get this message. See, unable to find that file. Now some people will say, but why do we have a warning here? Well, here's the thing. This is your custom information to you or to your user, and that's very fine, that's nice, but that's for humans. But also PHP need to print this warning in any case, because you need to have accurate results where to search for things. So see, when you have warning, you know that you have problem with opening something, and then this is the target that it fails to open. Okay, so, and this is the place where you have problems, so line 3. So this is like for programmers, for system administrators, and so on, for people who create your website, basically information for them, and this is for end user, unable to find that file. Now, of course, you can customize that like, I don't know, in one very scary H2 or something like that. So, yeah. And this, damn it, this H2 need to be inside of quotes. And you basically get the point what I'm trying to say here. So whatever you do, there must be some way for PHP to react. Will you react with the custom die here section of your operation? That's totally up to you. But PHP must do something. So yeah, this is end of this tutorial, and see you next one when we are going to create and write to files. So see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to write to file and how to append to file. There is a difference. So let me see what we can pick up from this example, because we are in read file.php. We don't want to do that, we want to just write to file. So let's actually save this as a write to file, and we'll change a couple of things. But it's nice to have different files for different operations. Okay, so what we need to change is this. We don't need it because it's dedicated for reading. And here things are pretty much fine. But see, in the last examples we were reading, and now we are going to write. So W for writing to file. Okay, name of new file will be, let's say, new file. Okay, we will create one, and this kind of error checking is pretty much useful, so let's just leave it here. So now when we have opened our file for writing to it, let's do that with the function f write, where we are writing to result, and what we are writing to file, comma, and actual string. Now, because we are writing to textual file, we cannot use here br. I mean, we can, but it's stupid because extension in our file is txt. Okay, so we need to use /n. Now /n means that we will go to next line. Okay, so we will position ourselves after writing string in the next line, right? So let's close our command, and well, yeah, that's pretty much it. So let me check, do we have anything in our file? But first we need to run this script. It will not work on its own, you know, we must like a double click on it through browser. So write to file.php, and that's it. You don't see anything. Why? Because this script is dedicated for writing to file. But let's manually check what we have in our where is it, new file, txt. Okay, so that's it, and there you go, we have those things. Now some people will say, well, cool, then that means that I can add things here. Well, let me see. If you change, for example, this to something else, Now you will say, oh yeah, I will have this line and line before in the same file. So let's refresh thing and let's see what's up. File, open, new file, and you have just one line, the last line. Why is that so? Well, for a very simple reason. See, when you're using W here, that means everything will be overwritten. So if you refresh, if you run your script, things will be totally deleted. So W is very dangerous. It's a totally destructive operation. So how to solve this? Well, you can use A here. This stands for append. Insert something and do not destroy existing things. Okay, so let's do that here like a couple of times. We'll have a couple of lines here, like a new line, a new line, new line, and third thing, let's say. And now let's change this to a new file number or letter A, because that means that we will work with this. Okay, so this is just output. Okay, nothing special here. Now when we refresh our thing, let's go to file manually. Where is it? New file A. Okay, and we will have 3 lines, and that works. So now appending will work too. Okay, because we're using this argument. So let's change this to actual numbers. I mean, it's really not important what you are going to type here. It can be anything else, but this command appending is not destructive. It will just add things down there. So we can even use weird symbols, and it's totally up to us. So now refresh, and no complaints from PHP. Let's check our file, new file A, and there you go. We have append things here, even weird symbols without any kind of problems. So let me see what we can do here. Okay, here is idea. Let's use this form and this PHP script to grab new things that we are going to append to some output file. So yeah, let's do that. First, let's fix our form. Okay, and label will be new line, and field will be new line. Okay, so let's save and check our form, form.html, and that's fine. So let's fix this thing, and there is a lot of things here, so I don't want to confuse myself. So let's start from a blank space. Right, so we are going to get this, like get new line from form. So we are grabbing things by post, and field name is new line. So new line, and don't forget semicolon. And then down there we need to open a new file, which will be output. Let's say out f open output txt, and we are going to append to it, so A. And if something happens, some error, we want to see, you know, some warning, so or die, and then there is no that file, like something like that, or error, just error. I'm gonna say error here. Why? It's not important, we just cannot open it for some reason. Now when we have done that, let's write thing to it with well, we need to grab this and put it into writing function. So f write will took 2 things. Left one will be get new line, so this is our target, and after that we we need on the left side use out, basically, because when you're using this function, first you need to say what is the location, okay, and then you need to say what are you entering. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Out and get new line, but don't forget to add here like /n, because you want to go to next line. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And when you are done with operation, you want to say F close. Okay, what you're going to close? This file out. Okay, so let me check if everything is consistent. So F write, F close, F open, and I think that's pretty much it. Let me see. From form we have field, we have a new line, we are passing that here, and then we are using that here, and then we are opening our file, putting it here, and then F write demands two things. Okay, so this down there and this down there, plus a new line, and that's pretty much it. So save, refresh, and let's say I don't know, something, submit, and there you go. But it's also nice to have some kind of report. So let me say here, like echo writing to file now, and yeah, something like that, and br. So let's go back and let's type something else. So on, something like that, who cares, submit. Okay, let's go back, refresh, and third thing, and submit, and there you go. So let's manually check our file, output txt, and I hope that everything will be fine. Output txt, oh yeah, so there you go, the thing works. So let's explain everything one more time. So we have a form that will grab only one element, okay, and then we need to grab that in PHP file. So we are grabbing that with this operation, putting that here, and that's fine. We have grabbed things from form. Then we need to open our file, okay, and if we run into some kind of error, this will be printed. So we put this operation right here, and then we are writing to file, and this function demands two things. On the left side, what is the target, and on the right side, what is actual content, and we are grabbing that content from HTML form, and after that we are using /n to go to next line, and after we are done with operation, we need to close our file, because it's nice. We want to do that manually and not to wait on a system to do that, because we can do that. Why not? It's a polite thing to do. Okay, so I don't know if you remember, but when I was starting this playlist, I told you that there will be 30 tutorials, and right now I can successfully say that I achieved that. So we do have 30 tutorials for basic PHP. So from now on we can practice on this YouTube channel in a couple of other playlists dedicated for PHP. And we're gonna do that, of course, and also with the Python and C++ and so on, but I need to take a couple of days off. And basically in the meantime, you know, you can go to my playlist dedicated for MySQL, because that will be very useful when we start connecting PHP with MySQL, and we're gonna do that in the next playlist. So I already have pure MySQL playlist on my channel, and this is a PHP playlist, so that's a good basics. And now in a couple of days or even tomorrow I will start uploading how to connect to MySQL server with PHP and how to do many stuff. So thank you for watching, thank you for being with me all this time, because I was experimenting a little bit with new audio recorder, a new microphone, so maybe my audio was not totally perfect, but here we are, and I want to say thank you as always, and thank you for support and subscription, and see you in next tutorials, in next playlists. So see you there.